Chapter 1377. Thunder roared, and dark clouds appeared, interweaving into a huge black vortex. Bolts of dazzling blood-red lightning interweaved in the thick clouds, like an ancient dragon roaring, as if it wanted to destroy everything in this world. For a moment, all the Daos trembled. Boom! Another thunderclap rang out, and the boundless sky directly exploded. Darkness instantly enveloped the entire earth. Lin Tian inclined his head, staring at the pitch-black vortex above his head. Blood-colored lightning interweaved within it, and there seemed to be a pair of cold eyes staring at him from within. It was like an emissary of destruction, wanting to end him here. With a rumbling sound, bolts of blood-red lightning struck down like blood, covering his entire body. The terrifying aura of destruction seemed to want to annihilate everything. After Lin Tian entered this lifeless planet, he found himself in a vast wasteland. He could clearly sense how terrifying this heavenly tribulation was. However, he did not show any fear. Instead, his expression was calm and composed. Buzz! On his shoulder, the immortal Emperor Pagoda interweaved with strands of purple divine light, like a divine warrior guarding him. Come. He looked at the Emperor's space tribulation in the sky and said calmly. Suddenly, the tribulation seemed to have sensed his provocation, and thunder rolled, intimidating the surroundings. The first round of tribulation came down on the spot. This was a dazzling lightning beam, about 3 feet in diameter, and it was blood-red. It was frightening. Wherever it passed, the void was annihilated and nothing could be preserved. The majestic power suppressed everything, and the ground under Lin Tian's feet could not bear it, and it shook uncontrollably. Lin Tian could feel how terrifying this lightning punishment was, but he was still very calm. With a thought, he summoned the mysterious stone book he had obtained from Mount Tai. He poured his golden godly power into it, using it to protect the sky above his head. During the 3 years of seclusion, he had already studied this stone book and found that it was a sacred treasure of a sect. It was an eternal weapon of the eternal realm. With this stone book as protection, it was enough to withstand this round of Emperor Space tribulation. Because of this, he did not make any preparations before the tribulation, but his expression was very calm. Boom! Thunder rumbled, and the first round of tribulation arrived 3 feet above his head, annihilating everything. Lin Tian used the stone book to protect himself, and he did not dodge. Then he summoned the immortal Emperor Pagoda on his shoulder. With the stone book to protect himself, he would not be hurt, and he did not have to fear the tribulation. Then he would use this tribulation to forge his divine weapon of origin even stronger and stronger. The sky shook, and the first round of tribulation collided with the immortal Emperor Pagoda, and the tribulation lightning drowned the pagoda. The immortal Emperor Pagoda bore the brunt of the heavenly lightning, and the primordial light was scattered in all directions, buzzing and vibrating. In the end, the pagoda's body shattered and was forcibly destroyed. The first round of heavenly punishment also broke apart and dissipated in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian stood in the great wilderness with the stone book on his head. His expression was very calm as he channeled the Heart Sutra of Sunday golden divine light interweaved around his body and wrapped around the shattered immortal Emperor Pagoda. In the blink of an eye, the pagoda was reformed. 1. When the immortal Emperor Pagoda was reborn, the purple divine light surrounding it was even denser. The primordial aura of primordial chaos was even purer and denser. Arcs of lightning would occasionally intertwine around it, and its might was undoubtedly stronger than before. Good. Lin Tian nodded to himself. He used the immortal Emperor Pagoda to face the first round of tribulation. He did not use it for defense, and did not deliberately activate it. He wanted it to shatter under the tribulation lightning, and then use the power of the lightning to forge the immortal Emperor Pagoda, making it stronger and stronger. Otherwise, he could easily shatter the first round of tribulation with the immortal Emperor Pagoda. After all, Although the first round of tribulation was terrifying, it was far from something that he could not withstand. Moreover, the immortal Emperor Pagoda, which was forged with primordial heavenly crystals, was extremely powerful. After he entered the Emperor Void realm, it had become an Emperor Void ancestral treasure. When its power was fully unleashed, it was no weaker than a Neverwither realm soul treasure. If he really used the immortal Emperor Pagoda to resist this tribulation, he could at least withstand the first 4 rounds of tribulation lightning. He looked at the sky. Again. Boom! The sky trembled as ear-piercing thunder boomed in the sky. After the first round of heavenly punishment, the second round of heavenly punishment descended, heading straight for Lin Tian. Wherever it passed, space would collapse from the impact. In the blink of an eye, the second round of tribulation lightning appeared above Lin Tian's head. It was like a surging sea of lightning, mercilessly striking down. Lin Tian was as still as a mountain. The stone book protected his head, and he still used the immortal Emperor Pagoda to face the tribulation. He still did not put up any defense. In the blink of an eye, the immortal Emperor Pagoda was engulfed by the second round of tribulation lightning. The space within a radius of several hundred feet was completely shattered. The immortal Emperor Pagoda, without any defense, was quickly shattered by the second round of tribulation lightning. Endless lightning poured into the fragments of the pagoda, and then the remaining destructive lightning fell on Lin Tian. Wherever it passed, the void shattered with a sizzling sound. Lin Tian activated the stone book above his head. The ancient runes on it glowed, and divine light shot out into the sky. With a sizzling sound, the destructive lightning power of the second round of the main lightning punishment was instantly shattered into pieces. It is indeed very strong. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Even though he already knew that the stone book was not ordinary, and had used it to suppress the Emperor Realm Feather Emperor, he could vaguely guess its grade. But at this time he was still a little surprised that it could casually shatter the second round of tribulation lightning. However, it was only for a moment. In the next moment he calmed down and looked at the shattered immortal Emperor Pagoda. Golden divine power surged, and he rebuilt the immortal Emperor Pagoda. Soon the pagoda was repaired, and the runes on it became brighter. Its aura was a little stronger. Boom! 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 Thunder rumbled, and bolts of lightning fell like rain. These bolts of lightning were just ordinary lightning, but Lin Tian did not let them go. He used these ordinary lightning bolts to cleanse the immortal Emperor Pagoda again and again, making the purple divine light outside the immortal Emperor Pagoda purer and stronger. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the sky again, and the lightning became more violent. The blood-red lightning gathered like angry dragons, densely packed, and turned into a huge lightning dragon that was more than 10 feet thick. It looked down on the vast land, and the lightning power that could destroy all things was mighty. Then, in the next moment, the huge lightning blood dragon roared, and its dragon body shook, and it charged straight at Lin Tian. Crack! 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 Everywhere the blood-red lightning dragon passed, the void was instantly annihilated, and spatial turbulence poured out wantonly. In an instant, a hurricane swept through the great wasteland, causing sand and dust to fly everywhere. Before the lightning dragon truly landed on the ground, it was still very far from the surface, but the ground began to crack inch by inch, unable to withstand such a boundless destructive force. Lin Tian stood in the vast wilderness, and the black hair in front of his forehead danced wildly in the wind, but his expression did not change at all. He was very calm, and the immortal Emperor Pagoda did not put up any defense, and went forward again. This pagoda was forged from primordial heavenly crystal, and it was fused with a wisp of his life origin, a wisp of his origin soul, and a wisp of his origin blood essence. As long as he did not die, the pagoda would never be destroyed. No matter how it was broken, it could be reformed. Therefore, he was not at all worried that the pagoda would be destroyed. It was completely impossible, and the more he struck, the stronger it would be. Boom! Thunder roared, and the blood-red lightning dragon fell rapidly, enveloping the immortal Emperor Pagoda in an instant and directly splitting it into pieces. Endless lightning covered these fragments, and electric arcs sizzled. The lightning dragon flashed and arrived above Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian used the stone book to meet the attack and with a whoosh, shattered the third round of lightning punishment. Then he focused on forging the immortal Emperor Pagoda again and quickly reformed it. The runes on it shone brighter, and the primordial divine light became even more shocking. After 3 consecutive destructive lightning strikes, the immortal Emperor Pagoda's power was much stronger than before. Continue. He looked at the sky and said, In the sky, the thundercloud vortex trembled, and the blood-red lightning bolts were densely packed. Strands of lightning intertwined, and there was another roar. The 4th round of lightning punishment appeared, and it was a rain of lightning. As soon as it appeared, it came crashing down. The blood-red lightning bolts were densely packed, and each lightning bolt was as thick as a bucket. It was terrifying. Lin Tian was in the vast wilderness, and his expression was still calm. His eyes shone brightly, and he was fearless in the face of this thunderstorm. The immortal Emperor Pagoda met it again. At the same time, the stone book firmly protected him under it. The power of the eternal weapon surrounded him, blocking all the destructive power, and he was unharmed. However, although he was unharmed, the vast wilderness under his feet was shattered into pieces. The surface of the ground sank by dozens of feet, and there were huge cracks in some places. Scorching hot magma rolled in the deepest part of the ground, as if it was about to rush up. Once again, the immortal Emperor Pagoda was smashed into pieces. Without any defense, it was completely smashed into pieces and floated in the void like purple sand. It looked sparkling and beautiful. Lin Tian operated the Sun Heart Sutra and rebuilt it. Its aura was stronger than before, and there were purple arcs of lightning circling around the pagoda. It gave people a vague sense of thunder immortal might, as if it was the weapon of a thunder god. Lin Tian nodded to himself. After enduring 4 rounds of lightning punishment, the immortal Emperor Pagoda had become stronger and stronger. He was very satisfied. Boom! Thunder rolled, and there was an even more shocking roar. The 5th round of lightning punishment came. Lin Tian, as usual, used the stone book to protect himself, and the immortal Emperor Pagoda to meet the attack. He used the surging lightning to forge his divine origin weapon. After that, as time passed, the 6th round of lightning punishment, the 7th round of lightning punishment, and the 8th round of lightning punishment came one after another. The immortal Emperor Pagoda was shattered again and again, and the territory of this world was devastated. Many places were completely destroyed, and magma rushed up from the ground, causing the air to become scorching hot. Fortunately, there was no life on this planet. Otherwise, who knew how many living beings would be implicated and die tragically? Boom! Thunder rumbled, and the sky shook violently. The sky turned completely dark. In the sky, dark thunderclouds rotated, and the destructive aura was so strong that it seemed to really destroy everything. The 9th round of lightning punishment came at this moment. Chapter 1378. As the one undergoing the tribulation, Lin Tian naturally had a certain understanding of his own heavenly tribulation. He could vaguely sense when the heavenly tribulation would end. At this time, he could sense that the 9th round of heavenly tribulation was the last round of this heavenly tribulation. There are only 9 rounds of heavenly tribulation for the Emperor realm. It's much less than when I was in the celestial venerable realm and Emperor realm. He muttered to himself. When he was in the Emperor realm and celestial venerable realm, there are more than 9 rounds of heavenly tribulation. However, he didn't care about this. He just stood quietly on the broken ground, waiting for the lightning to descend. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the sky. The 9th round of heavenly tribulation was mighty and mighty. Angels with broken wings, headless knights, immortals with broken arms, ferocious ghosts, savage beasts, and blind blood shadows filled the sky. These phantoms were all condensed from lightning. They were densely packed together, as if they were real. The aura they emitted was terrifying. Even if it was an expert, the peak of Dekong, they would definitely be terrified when facing such a scene. The last round of heavenly tribulation seems to be like this. Is there some special meaning? Lin Tian frowned. He looked at the 9th round of heavenly tribulation, and his eyes flashed. He pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Although he was a little confused about the last few rounds of heavenly tribulation, it was difficult to understand if he really thought about it. Therefore, he couldn't be bothered to care about it. Even if he did, there was no real meaning. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the sky, crushing the vast sky and collapsing the boundless earth. The 9th round of heavenly tribulation came crashing down. The densely packed phantoms were accompanied by boundless lightning, which instantly pressed down. At this time, Lin Tian had the powerful stone book protecting him. He didn't care. He still took out the immortal Emperor Pagoda and faced this heavenly tribulation head-on. He used the boundless lightning to reforge the immortal Emperor Pagoda, bathing it in lightning and transforming it. Crack! 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 Crisp sounds rang out. Cracks appeared on the immortal Emperor Pagoda under the 9th round of heavenly tribulation. Then it shattered. The purple fragments of the Emperor's pagoda floated in the air. Then they were completely crushed, turning into purple primordial chi. Then angels with broken wings, headless knights, fairies with broken arms, ferocious ghosts, ferocious beasts, blind blood shadows, and all kinds of destructive lightning shadows formed by lightning fell with boundless lightning, drowning Lin Tian. Boom! The ground completely collapsed. Streams of lava gushed out from the ground, reaching a height of several hundred feet. Smoke and dust covered the surroundings. In the sky, the pitch-black thundercloud vortex dissipated, and the world became bright again. On the ground, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated. Lin Tian stood firmly in the middle of the field. With the protection of the stone book, he safely survived the 9th round of the main lightning punishment without any damage. Thank you. He smiled and glanced at the stone book above his head before storing it into his body. If it wasn't for the stone book, it would have been impossible for him to overcome the Emperor's space, heavenly tribulation, so easily. In the blue sky, a rainbow cloud floated over, sprinkling a rainbow divine light on the broken ground. It directly enveloped Lin Tian. Wisps of rainbow light quickly entered his body through his pores. This divine light was a gift after the heavenly tribulation. It had unparalleled divine effects, and was even more amazing than the spiritual chi of the ancestral dragon vein. Lin Tian didn't hesitate. After being enveloped by the divine light, he immediately activated the Sun Heart Sutra. He seriously guided the divine light and refined it. Then he used the Sun Heart Sutra to refine it and send it into every corner of his body. Suddenly, the golden divine light outside his body became stronger. His essence, vitality, and spirit also increased at an extremely fast rate. At the same time, he looked at the immortal Emperor Pagoda in the void, which had been completely shattered into primordial origin chi. With a wave of his hand, he summoned it to his side. Golden divine light surged and quickly reformed the pagoda. In the blink of an eye, the pagoda was reformed. At this time, the immortal Emperor Pagoda intertwined with strands of purple divine light. The runes on the pagoda became incomparably resplendent. Purple lightning arcs flashed around the pagoda, giving it a powerful divine might. Its ancient aura became even stronger. Good. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a deep light. Although the Emperor Pagoda was only an ancestral artifact now, it was definitely comparable to an immortal soul treasure. He finished reconstructing the pagoda and bathed it in the rainbow divine light with him. He began to reforge it again. The immortal Emperor Pagoda intertwined with divine light. All kinds of runes appeared on it. The entire pagoda was now not only filled with the divine might of Yang and primordial origin Qi, but also with a very sacred fluctuation that filled the pagoda. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. He stared at the interior of the Emperor Pagoda. Soon, he saw pure white divine light intertwining inside. The pure white divine light was incomparably gentle and sacred. The power of faith. He muttered to himself. In the past 3 years, Tu Xianxian had used the immortal Emperor Pagoda as a sacred preaching object to gather countless believers. The Emperor Pagoda was already filled with boundless power of faith. It was protected by the primordial origin Qi. Even if the Emperor Pagoda was destroyed, the power of faith would still be there. Just by relying on the power of faith and my own battle prowess, I should be able to survive this Emperor space tribulation even without the stone book. The power of faith within the immortal Emperor Pagoda was not small. It was like a vast ocean. Using this power of faith to protect himself and increase his battle strength, he believed that it would be enough to withstand the imperial sky punishment. However, it would not be as easy as using the stone book to protect himself. He breathed calmly and refined the rainbow divine light falling from the sky to nourish his flesh and cultivate. At the same time, he used this divine light to reforge the Emperor Pagoda. Just like that, 15 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The rainbow clouds in the sky trembled and then slowly dissipated. The sky returned to normal. The divine light on the surface of Lin Tian's body dissipated. He clenched his fist slightly. He could clearly feel how powerful he was now. His cultivation had truly stopped at the Emperor space realm. His sea of consciousness had become countless times wider. Every move he made had the power to shatter everything. It was as if he could suppress everything. At this moment, if he met someone at the level of the Emperor of Feathers again, he was confident that he could kill him with a single punch. The immortal Emperor Pagoda intertwined with divine light. With a slight thought, he absorbed it into his body. Then he looked up at the sky. He could vaguely see many stars. After reaching the Emperor space realm, I will use the origin power of the stars to reforge my flesh and make my body truly indestructible. Then I will enter the immortal realm. He muttered to himself. He looked at the endless stars in the sky and paused. Then he sat down cross-legged on the ground and activated the Heart Sutra of Sunday powerful divine energy was activated. Soon he connected with the galaxy. Strands of silver starlight fell from the sky. The starlight was like a waterfall. After it fell, it immediately drowned him. Then, strands of starlight entered his body. Then he used the Heart Sutra of Sun to refine the power of the stars and infuse it into his flesh and bones. Suddenly, every inch of his flesh and blood trembled. There was a burning sensation. It was as if a blazing divine fire had merged with his flesh and blood. At this moment, it was burning his flesh and bones. He even felt a trace of pain. It was just like when he first stepped onto the path of cultivation. On the path of cultivation, the body is not only refined. Refining the body again and again is just to make the body truly immortal. He thought to himself. Taking a deep breath, he activated the Heart Sutra of Sun even more seriously. He attracted more origin power of the stars to cultivate. Silver starlight intertwined. The golden divine light outside his body became even more powerful. Just like that, a month passed in the blink of an eye. A month later, on this day, Lin Tian stopped circulating the Heart Sutra of Sun and stopped cultivating. He stood up from the ground. At this moment, he clearly felt that his body had become much lighter than it was a month ago. However, the power contained in his physique was much more domineering. With a light wave of his fist, he could cause waves of wind and thunder. It looked a little terrifying. This made him nod to himself. After absorbing the origin power of the stars to refine his body for a month, his body had become even stronger. It's time to leave. He muttered to himself. He had already passed the Emperor space heavenly tribulation. At this time, There was naturally no need to stay here. He scanned his surroundings and looked at the territory that was in a mess because of his Emperor Space heavenly tribulation. Then he soared into the sky and stepped out of this planet. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the starry sky. The starry sky was vast and somewhat dim. However, it was intertwined with specks of silver light, making it look dreamy and beautiful. He walked in the starry sky and walked in the direction of Earth. Not long after, he arrived outside of Earth. Earth was not big now. There were many planets nearby that were larger than it. However, they were far from as beautiful as Earth. Lin Tian arrived outside of Earth. He stepped up and stepped into Earth. However, when he got close to the aqua blue star, he frowned as he discovered something unusual. Around Earth, many of the original technological satellites had all collapsed. There were pieces of debris floating in the starry sky. From these fragments, he could sense very strong divine power fluctuations, destroyed by cultivators. He frowned slightly. A powerful cultivator passed by Earth and destroyed these technological satellites? He stood outside of Earth and spread out his powerful divine sense to search the nearby starry sky. However, he did not find any traces of cultivators. Then, after pausing for a moment, he took a step forward and stepped into the Earth's atmosphere. Then he was shocked again. In Earth's atmosphere, he sensed the same divine power fluctuations as those of the satellite fragments. There was more than one, and they were all very powerful. Did an extraterrestrial cultivator enter Earth? He frowned. After entering the atmosphere, his speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared at the top of Earth's sky, surrounded by white clouds. After that, he did not stop. He stepped forward, leaving afterimages with each step. In just a moment, he returned to the immortal court. He did not deliberately hide his aura. In an instant, he was discovered by Tu Xian, White Tiger, and the others in the immortal court. When they saw Lin Tian return, they were all delighted. Naturally, they knew that Lin Tian had successfully passed the Emperor Space heavenly tribulation. However, in the next moment, their expressions immediately became heavy. Master, something big has happened. Mount Tai has been forcefully occupied by a group of foreign cultivators. Many people have died. Chapter 1379. Upon hearing Tu Xianxian's words, Lin Tian was visibly moved. The technological satellites outside the Earth were destroyed by divine energy, and there were still powerful fluctuations of divine energy in the Earth's atmosphere. He had guessed that cultivators from the outer realms might have entered the Earth, and he didn't expect that his guess was correct. Mount Tai was actually occupied by cultivators from the outer realms. What exactly happened? He asked Tu Xianxian. Tu Xianxian spoke quickly. About a week ago, a dozen people landed on Mount Tai. They drew a circle behind Mount Tai, and each of them was cruel and merciless. They massacred all the tourists on Mount Tai. The army received the news and went there, but they were all killed. Many experts from various sects went there, and many of them died. The Western Pope came to help, but he almost died on Mount Tai. Judging from their speech and behavior, they definitely don't look like cultivators from the Earth. Every one of them is very powerful. White Tiger also spoke with a rare solemn expression. He said, "It seems they seem to know that there is a sealed passage on Mount Tai that connects to the immortal realms. They want to open the sealed passage on Mount Tai." A dozen people from the outer realms descended on Earth, occupied Mount Tai, and killed too many people. Now the whole world was alarmed. Be it cultivators or ordinary mortals, all eyes were on Mount Tai. Everyone was terrified. Lin Tian's face suddenly sank, and coldness appeared in his eyes. Not only did the cultivators from the outer realms enter the Earth, but they also indiscriminately killed innocent people on Mount Tai. "I'll make a trip," he said. He looked in the direction of Mount Tai and disappeared from the immortal court with a single step. The next moment, he appeared on the outskirts of Mount Tai. Mount Tai was more than 1,000 meters tall. Looking at it, the mountain was slightly steep. Now, many places were dilapidated, and many corpses could be seen. The 2,000 stone steps on the 18th floor were completely dyed red with blood, and a strong smell of blood floated in the air. Looking at this scene, the coldness in Lin Tian's eyes became more intense. He took another step and arrived at the foot of Mount Tai. At this place, the soil was soaked with blood. Corpses were scattered on the ground, and most of them were badly damaged. Some were cultivators, and some were ordinary mortals. He saw many tattered military uniforms and military emblems in the blood. There's actually an ant that dares to come here? Is the prestige we've established not enough to intimidate this trash world? A gloomy voice sounded. Not far away, a skinny cultivator stood in the middle of Mount Tai, looking down at Lin Tian as if he was looking at an ant. Die! With a flick of his finger, a sharp blade slashed towards Lin Tian. The void was sliced apart with a sizzling sound, and its might seemed a little oppressive. Then, in the blink of an eye, the sharp blade arrived in front of Lin Tian and cut into Lin Tian's body. Ka! With a crisp sound, the sharp blade that fell on Lin Tian's body shattered into pieces. Lin Tian, on the other hand, was completely unscathed. He raised his head to look at the skinny cultivator with a bone-piercing coldness in his eyes. In the middle of Mount Tai, the skinny cultivator revealed a strange expression. How is this possible? Staring at Lin Tian, at this moment, that person's face sank slightly. He was an Emperor-level powerhouse, at the early stage of the Emperor level. Although the sharp blade was just casually released, its power was definitely not weak. But now, when the sharp blade landed on a person's body, it actually shattered. However, this was only for a moment. In the next moment, the man's expression became gloomy again. At least there's someone with some strength on this useless planet. As he spoke, he attacked again. Still looking down at Lin Tian in the middle of Mount Tai, he formed a seal and slashed out a dazzling sword light. With a clang, the sword light was like a startled swan. There was a terrifying killing intent contained in it, as if it was going to shatter the great world. In the blink of an eye, the sword light slashed down and landed on Lin Tian's body again. Then, with another crack, the sword light landed on Lin Tian's body and shattered. Lin Tian was still unscathed. The sword light was like an egg that had landed on a hard rock. Impossible. In the middle of Mount Tai, the skinny cultivator's expression completely changed. Just now, he had already used 70% of his strength to slash out the killing sword light. But the result was actually like this. The killing sword that he slashed out with 70% of his strength actually shattered when it landed on the unguarded Lin Tian. Lin Tian tilted his head and glanced at the corpses at the foot of Mount Tai. Then, his gaze fell on the skinny cultivator. Without a sound, he took a step forward. In the next moment, he directly appeared in front of the cultivator and slapped out with his palm. The skinny cultivator's expression changed. You, Puff! Blood splattered. The skinny cultivator in the early stage of the Emperor level was smashed into pieces on the spot, and even his divine soul was shattered. More than 3,000 feet away from Mount Tai, White Tiger and Tu Xianxian arrived. Because they were worried about Lin Tian, the two of them rushed here as quickly as possible after Lin Tian left the immortal court. When they arrived, they happened to see this scene. Their expressions changed drastically. No way. White Tiger suddenly trembled. It saw how powerful the skinny cultivator was. He was in the early stage of the Emperor level, but now he was killed by Lin Tianyi with a single slap. So powerful. Tu Xianxian's heart also trembled. When Lin Tian returned from the tribulation, she and White Tiger both knew that Lin Tian had reached the Emperor level, and his combat strength was definitely not the same as a month ago. However, when they saw this scene, their hearts still trembled. After all, no matter what, the skinny cultivator was an Emperor-level master. Lin Tian actually destroyed a cultivator of this level with a single slap. What kind of terrifying combat strength was this? Whoosh! 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 The sound of air breaking rang out. At the top of Mount Tai, 3 figures rushed here. All of them had strong blood chi fluctuations. They were 3 powerful cultivators in the early stage of the emperor level. They were in the same group as the skinny cultivator. Just now, they noticed something strange at the top of Mount Tai and immediately came here. Then, the 3 of them saw Lin Tian at a glance. However, they did not see the skinny cultivator who was originally guarding here. This ant from a useless planet actually dares to come here. One of them stared coldly at Lin Tian, but he did not kill him immediately. Let me ask you, who was guarding this place before? Clang. An ear-piercing sword sound rang out. Lin Tian waved his hand and slashed out a golden sword light, interrupting this person's words. Then the golden sword light was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the cultivator who spoke. Poof! The golden sword light pierced through the forehead of the cultivator who spoke, shattering him into pieces. His divine soul was also shattered. In the distance, 2 Xian and White Tiger trembled again. What a monster! White Tiger swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Another Emperor-level master was killed by Lin Tian's sword. This kind of combat strength really made its heart palpitate. At the same time, the expressions of the other 2 cultivators who came from the top of Mount Tai changed drastically. They could not help but tremble. Chapter 1380. The 2 extraterritorial cultivators looked at Lin Tian in horror, their bodies trembling. Who are you? Before their very eyes, one of their companions in the early stage of the Emperor realm had been killed by Lin Tian in one strike. How terrifying was that? Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he looked at the 2 of them. With a single step, he crossed hundreds of meters and appeared before the 2 of them. The 2 were shocked by Lin Tian's speed. You buzz! Lin Tian raised his hand, causing space to rumble. With the might of lightning, he slapped one of them until his body and soul were completely destroyed. Then he grabbed the other person and sealed his cultivation. Then he searched his sea of consciousness. After a while, he learned a lot of things. There were a total of 16 people who entered this world. They were cultivators from a planet called the Xian Ancient Planet. All of them were above the Emperor realm. The leader was at the half-step Immortal realm. His combat strength was far stronger than the other 15 people. He was only half a step away from the Immortal realm. They were sworn brothers and had always traveled together. They were very famous in the Xian Ancient Planet region. When they were exploring some ancient ruins, they found an ancient journal. From it, they learned that there was an ancient road to the Immortal realm on Earth's Mount Tai. They were both surprised and happy. They quickly made all kinds of preparations to open the seal. Then they found this world a week ago. After entering this world, they first explored the situation of this world and found out that this world was extremely fragile. After that, they entered Mount Tai without any hesitation and slaughtered all the tourists on Mount Tai. They painted Mount Tai as their private city because they didn't want anyone to disturb them when they destroyed the ancient path leading to the immortal domain on Mount Tai. After that, the army and cultivators from the major sects who came to help after hearing about the upheaval on Mount Tai were almost all killed cruelly. Only the Pope, who came from the west to help, escaped with his life. You've got guts. Lin Tian's voice was cold. In the Untainted Age, a destructive war broke out on this Milky Way imperial star because of an ancient road and a peerless divine object falling out of the immortal realm. Many powerful figures from the extraterritorial area also participated in the war. Although almost all of them died, there were still some survivors. He could imagine that the ancient journal that these people were reading should have been left by those who were lucky enough to survive the war. Then, after countless years, this group of people accidentally found it and learned that there was an ancient road to the immortal realm sealed on Mount Tai. Then, they all jumped here from the Xian Ancient Star. He grabbed this person's neck. Golden light surged and wrapped this person. He was about to kill him. However, in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed as he unexpectedly found something else in this person's sea of consciousness. Celestial Devouring Valley 7-colored light. He was slightly surprised. This cultivator came from the Zean ancient planet. In his memory, there was a terrible valley called the Celestial Devouring Valley. It was a forbidden area for life on the Zean planet. From time to time, 7-colored light would rush out from the depths of the valley. Every time the 7-colored light rushed out, it would cause thousands of Daos to tremble. It had great divine power, which made all the masters on the Zean planet yearn for it. Even the Eternal Realm masters yearned for it. However, no one had been able to get it because the Celestial Devouring Valley was very terrible. It was said to be able to swallow immortals. Even if the Eternal Realm masters stepped into it, they might end up with their body and soul destroyed if they were not careful. Few people dared to go in. His eyes lit up. Sword Soul Fragment. He was not sure if the 7-colored light was the Sword Soul Fragment, but the possibility was very high. He suppressed this person and searched this person's mind. He found the coordinates of the Zean planet and all kinds of information about the Celestial Devouring Valley in this person's mind. Then he withdrew his mind from this person's mind. This cultivator trembled. He was completely shocked by Lin Tian's strength. There was fear in his eyes. Let me go. Don't dream. Lin Tiandao. These people broke in here and killed so many innocent people. How could he let them go? His divine power surged and directly shattered this person. Even his soul was annihilated. He looked at the top of Mount Tai. He did not fly. Instead, he climbed up the 18 blood-stained steps and quickly reached the top. Looking around, the top of Mount Tai was also stained with blood. There were many corpses. In the center, there were 12 figures. The ground and the void were covered with array patterns and Tao patterns. They emitted amazing divine light. Obviously, some kind of ritual was being carried out. When he reached this place, he was immediately discovered by the 12 people. All 12 people looked at him at this time. People from this abandoned planet dare to come here? What are Old 15 and the others doing? Why did they put an ant from this world on the top of the mountain? Kill him. He's an eyesore. The 12 people looked at Lin Tianyi and then turned their heads. They all looked at the sky as if they were waiting for something to open. One of them waved his hand and casually slashed out a sword light toward Lin Tian. It was as if Lin Tianji was a weed on the side of the road. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. He ignored the sword light that was slashing toward him. He allowed the sword light to fall on him and be shattered by his body. The person who slashed out the sword light felt that his sword light did not kill Lin Tian. He could not help but turn his head to look at Lin Tian. There was a strange look in his eyes. "You ant, you're not." Clang! The sound of a sword rang out. Lin Tian swung his hand and slashed out a sword light. In an instant, it was in front of the person and directly pierced through his chest. With a puff, the man exploded before he could even react. His spirit body was also shattered into pieces. Instantly, the other 11 people in this place changed their expressions. Old 12. The person who died was ranked 12th out of the 16 of them. His cultivation was at the early stage of Emperor Sky, and his battle prowess was extremely strong. Yet now he was actually killed with a single strike. This caused the remaining people to be greatly shocked, and at the same time they were furious. "You're courting death," one of them shouted. It was Old 8. His cultivation was at the middle stage of Emperor Void Realm. He directly raised his hand and grabbed at Lin Tian. Immediately the void hummed. His large hand intertwined with the Great Path precepts. It was not an ordinary attack, but a magical power. "You're the ones courting death." Lin Tian's voice was cold. He raised his hand and grabbed the person's wrist. His divine power shook and directly shattered the person's large hand. Moreover, his majestic power passed through the person's shattered arm and landed on the person's body. With a poof, it turned the person into a bloody mist. Whoosh! With a flash of light, the person's soul escaped. His face was filled with fear as he moved back dozens of feet. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He flicked his finger. and a wisp of pure, golden yang flame flew out. It caught up with the person's soul in an instant and enveloped his entire soul. Chapter 1381. At the peak of Mount Tai, the crowd from outside the outer realms turned pale at the same time. The person ranked 8th among them, who was at the middle stage of the Imperial Sky Realm, had actually been killed. Moreover, he had been killed in an instant, which directly shocked everyone. At the same time, far away from Mount Tai, the White Tiger and Tu Xianxian were also shocked when they saw this. This battle prowess, the White Tiger's heart palpitated. An expert in the middle stage of Emperor Sky Realm was killed so easily. What kind of combat strength was this? Lin Tian looked ahead. There were still 10 people left on the peak of Mount Tai. 2 were at the early stage of Emperor Realm, 4 were at the middle stage of Emperor Realm, 3 were at the peak of Emperor Realm, and 1 was at the half-step Immortal Realm. His expression was cold, and his footsteps were not fast or slow. He approached the 10 people at the center of Mount Tai. People from Waystar, don't be too arrogant. The 10 people's eyes were filled with shock and coldness. With a boom, 3 of them attacked directly. They were all at the middle stage of Emperor Realm, and they all used powerful divine abilities. A sword of divine light flew out, and a primordial beast appeared. An ocean of Tao laws pressed down, and powerful forces gathered together, causing the entire Mount Tai to shake. The void shattered inch by inch, and cracks appeared on the mountain. Die! The 3 people's voices were cold, and the light of divine abilities pressed down on Lin Tian at the same time. Lin Tian waved his hand, and the stone book flew out from his body. Ancient patterns interweaved on it, protecting Mount Tai. Then his footsteps were still the same, neither fast nor slow. He faced the divine abilities of the 3 people and slapped out, "Chi! Chi! Chi!" Crisp sounds rang out continuously. The great divine abilities of the 3 sects were shattered by his slap. His pure physical strength was terrifying and intimidating. Impossible. The 3 people who attacked were shocked. Their expressions changed, and they couldn't help but take a step back. The powerful divine ability they had unleashed was actually shattered by a single slap from someone. Lin Tian stepped forward. At this time, his speed became faster. With just 1 step, he arrived in front of the 3 people who attacked. Boom! He directly swung his fist, which blasted through the void and landed on one of them, smashing him into pieces. After that, his right hand opened up into a palm, and with a single move, he captured the soul of the other party. With the activation of the deification talisman, it was directly shattered into pieces. It was a clean kill. Bastard. On the side, a peak Void Emperor Realm expert called out. Bone-chilling light flickered in his eyes, and his killing intent was boundless. He directly attacked at that moment, summoning over a dozen laws that covered every inch of space, enveloping Lin Tian. For a time, there was a rumbling sound as the space was directly annihilated. If Mount Tai had not been protected by Lin Tian's stone book, it would probably have collapsed in the first moment. It could not withstand this level of power of the Great Path at all. The destruction was too tyrannical. Lin Tian tilted his head, his eyes cold. He threw out a punch, causing the void to tremble. The power of his punch suppressed everything. With a hiss, the law of the Great Path, unleashed by this peak Void Emperor expert, was instantly shattered by the punch. This person's expression changed. How could this be? He was at the peak of Void Emperor Realm and had unleashed 80% of his power, yet it was still shattered by a single punch. Lin Tian took a step forward, his speed extremely fast. He instantly arrived in front of this person and directly brandished the Chaos Emperor Fist. Roar! Roar! The true dragon roared, and the immortal phoenix howled. As he brandished the Chaos Emperor Fist, dragon and phoenix shadows appeared together, as if they had broken through from the ancient celestial realm. Their speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they drowned out this expert from outside. With a PU, this person was blasted into pieces on the spot. Only his soul was not destroyed, and he escaped in a sorry state. Lin Tian stepped on the 9th layer of the duality steps, his speed extremely fast. With a single step, he arrived beside the other soul. "You, Dai." His voice was cold. He activated the deification talisman, enveloping this person's soul. Ah. The deification talisman was a super divine power that could annihilate the soul. Immediately, this person screamed as his soul struggled violently. At the same time, the expressions of the other experts from outside the realm changed. They rushed over to help at the same time. All of them emitted powerful divine power fluctuations. Naturally, they could not just watch Lin Tian kill their companion. Lin Tian did not dodge. With a thought, the golden pure yang flame rushed out with a bang, turning into a golden divine firestorm. With him as the center, it swept out in all directions quickly. In an instant, the other cultivators from outside the realm who were charging over were all drowned in this golden divine fire. Ah! Screams rang out immediately. One of the early Void Emperor realm experts was enveloped by the divine fire. The divine power on the surface of his body was annihilated, and his body was burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. His soul was also entangled by the divine fire. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. In the blink of an eye, his body and soul were burned to ashes, leaving nothing behind. At the same time, the peak Void Emperor realm expert, who was enveloped by Lin Tian's deification talisman, let out a cry of despair. His soul could not withstand the power of the deification talisman. With a poof, it was annihilated. In the blink of an eye, there were only 7 of the dozen experts from outside the realm left. Bastard! A low roar rang out, and cold killing intent immediately shot into the sky. Among the remaining 7, the half-step sempiternal expert in the lead made his move. Boundless starlight instantly fell from the sky, directly annihilating the pure yang flames that Lin Tian had brought out. Then, the starlight transformed into a starry sky divine sword, slashing straight towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression did not change, but he did not dare to be careless at this time. After all, his opponent was a half-step immortal realm expert. He waved his hands, and endless starlight fell from the sky as well. The 4-symbol seal was activated at the same time, interweaving a powerful sealing force to meet his opponent's starry sky divine sword. In the blink of an eye, the two collided, erupting into radiance that filled the sky. In this place, the entire space was trembling. Cracks appeared in the void, and spatial turbulence flowed freely. Soon, the radiance dissipated, and the two supernatural powers were shattered. He blocked Big Brother's divine technique? The expressions of the other experts from the foreign domain changed. Their Big Brother was an expert at the half-step immortal realm. He was only half a step away from entering the immortal realm. But now, this person in front of them had actually blocked their Big Brother's attack. In the distance, White Tiger and Tu Xian were also shocked. Lin Tian had just entered the Void Emperor realm, but he could already contend with a half-step immortal realm expert. He just entered the Void Emperor realm, but he's already invincible under the immortal realm. White Tiger felt a chill run down his spine. At the peak of Mount Tai, the leading expert from outside the realm was a middle-aged man. He was dressed in black, and half of his arm was bare. At this moment, he was also shocked. He never expected Lin Tian to be able to block the endless starry sky killing force he drew. He looked at Lin Tian with cold eyes. The divine power outside his body became denser, and he took out a black cauldron. The black cauldron had 3 legs and 2 handles. It was covered with endless Tao patterns and formation patterns. The moment it appeared, the sky trembled. Big Brother's 10,000 soul cauldron. It was forged with the essence of meteorite divine iron and refined with the essence of the sun for 49 days. It's a pinnacle ancestral weapon that's truly invincible under the soul treasure level. The other experts from outside the realm were shocked. The 10,000 soul cauldron was their big brother's strongest trump card. In the distance, White Tiger and Tu Xian were also shocked. They could feel the terror of the 10,000 soul cauldron. The half-step immortal realm middle-aged man in black looked at Lin Tian. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. You killed 9 of my brothers. I'll use your blood and soul as a sacrifice to them. Above his head, the 10,000 soul cauldron was surrounded by endless black light. It seemed to have rushed out from hell and pressed down on Lin Tian. The faint roar of 10,000 souls could be heard from the cauldron. One could imagine how many souls this cauldron had devoured. It was definitely in the tens of thousands. Crack! As the 10,000 soul cauldron floated past, the void shattered. Chaotic light overflowed, but it was instantly annihilated. Lin Tian swung his Chaos Emperor fist. Dragon roars and phoenix cries intertwined, shaking the black cauldron. Clang! 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 His fist collided with the 10,000 soul cauldron continuously, producing ear-piercing metallic sounds and shattering more space. Soon a dozen breaths passed. He used his iron fist to hit the 10,000 soul cauldron. Gradually he felt his fist go numb. He had to admit that this cauldron was really terrifying. It could be called a king among ancestral artifacts. The middle-aged man in black stared at Lin Tian. His eyes were cold, but there was a strange light in them. To be able to withstand the 10,000 soul cauldron for so long, you are indeed very powerful. The 10,000 soul cauldron was his strongest trump card. Once the cauldron was used, even experts at the peak of the Emperor's Sky Realm would find it difficult to resist. They would be crushed to pieces in an instant. But now Lin Tian could withstand the 10,000 soul cauldron for such a long time. Looking at Lin Tian, he snorted coldly. The divine power outside his body became denser, activating the 10,000 soul cauldron even more tyrannical. Suddenly, the 10,000 soul cauldron trembled. The black light outside its body became denser, and its aura became more than 10 times more terrifying than before. The terrifying aura made one's heart tremble. Let's go and kill him as soon as possible. Don't let him delay our charge into the ancient immortal realm later, another peak Emperor realm expert said. He moved together with the other 5, all of them heading towards Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, the few of them arrived beside Lin Tian. They all used powerful mystiques and secret arts. Together with the 10,000 soul cauldron, they rushed towards Lin Tian with great momentum, suppressing him in all directions. Master! In the distance, Tu Xian couldn't help but cry out. The combined attack of the experts from the outer realm towards Lin Tian was too terrifying. It was far more powerful than the previous attacks. Boom! A hurricane swept across the peak of Mount Tai, causing the space to collapse. The destructive force was like a galaxy pressing down on Lin Tian. Die! The middle-aged man in black, who was the leader of the experts from the outer realm, said coldly. He activated the 10,000 soul cauldron's power to a terrifying degree. Lin Tian looked at this person with cold eyes. The immortal Emperor Pagoda flew out from his body. It was about 3 inches tall, simple and ancient, as if it had existed before the world was born. It flew towards the 10,000 soul cauldron and the other experts from the outer realm. This was the origin divine weapon that he had forged with the primordial heavenly crystal. After being baptized by the power of faith and the heavenly tribulation lightning, the divine runes on the pagoda were incomparably bright. The purple primordial heavenly light was even heavier, as if it could crush everything. Ka! With a crisp sound, the 3-inch tall immortal Emperor Pagoda collided with the 10,000 soul cauldron. The powerful 10,000 soul cauldron immediately shattered into pieces, filling the sky with debris. Chapter 1382. The pitch-black 10,000-soul cauldron was shattered, and a bloody mist floated in the air. It was a ghastly sight. In the end, 2 of the 7 extraterrestrial experts were destroyed in both body and soul. The others who were shattered reassembled their bodies in a sorry state. They were all terrified and retreated. No wonder it's a pagoda made of primordial, heavenly crystal. It destroyed a peak ancestral artifact and killed 2 Emperor Realm experts with just a light shake. In the distance, the white tiger and 2 Xian gasped. My cauldron! At the center of Mount Tai's summit, the leader of the extraterrestrial experts was furious. His eyes turned red. The 10,000-soul cauldron was his strongest trump card, his strongest ancestral artifact. But now it was shattered just like that. This was a stab to his heart. The other 4 extraterrestrial experts trembled as they looked at the immortal Emperor Pagoda. They were all terrified. Then their pupils constricted as they recognized the purple divine light around the immortal Emperor Pagoda. That's primordial chi. No, primordial chi. A pagoda made of the legendary primordial chi. Maybe it's made of primordial heavenly crystal. Such a high concentration of primordial chi, it should be made of primordial heavenly crystal. These people were shocked and horrified. The immortal Emperor Pagoda was only 3 inches tall. It was branded with natural divine patterns, containing the power of thunder and divine. It was simple and ancient, as if it had existed since ancient times. The purple primordial chi outside the pagoda was very bright, as if it could destroy everything with a light shake. The half-step, sempiternal realm black-robed, middle-aged man naturally recognized the purple primordial origin haze outside the immortal Emperor Pagoda. His face was instantly filled with shock, which quickly turned into greed. With a swoosh, he charged towards Lin Tian. Hand it over. Weapons forged from the legendary Hong Meng heavenly crystal were definitely the embryonic form of the strongest Emperor divine weapon. They could evolve infinitely and were very difficult to destroy. Such weapons were simply the ultimate treasures. They were sacred objects that all cultivators dreamed of. Boom! The man reached out his hand and used all the great Tao he knew. He also used all kinds of divine techniques to grab the immortal Emperor Pagoda. Seeing this legendary holy object, this person's eyes turned red, wanting to take it for himself. Lin Tianling harumphed. With a thought, the immortal Emperor Pagoda suddenly expanded from 3 inches to 10 feet tall. It was shrouded in purple primordial light and intertwined with purple lightning arcs as it pressed down on the approaching half-step sempiternal expert. Immediately, with a hiss, the laws of the grand Tao that the black-clothed middle-aged man had activated were directly crushed into pieces. Then, the immortal Emperor Pagoda's momentum did not slow down. It continued to press down on his opponent, as if a boundless starry sky was crashing down. The black-robed, middle-aged man who had rushed over trembled. He suddenly felt his heart palpitate in fear, so he quickly retreated. Too late. Lin Tianling said. The immortal Emperor Pagoda suddenly accelerated and slammed into the black-robed man. The black-robed, middle-aged man screamed miserably as he was crushed by the immortal Emperor Pagoda. Only his soul did not die, and he retreated in terror. Lin Tianling stared coldly at his opponent. The immortal Emperor Pagoda glowed, and a majestic power appeared. It enveloped the middle-aged man's soul and forcibly sucked it into the immortal Emperor Pagoda. Damn it! Let me out! The black-robed, middle-aged man's furious roar came from the immortal Emperor Pagoda. However, it quickly turned into a blood-curdling scream. No. With a final scream, the black-robed, middle-aged man's soul was completely refined by the immortal Emperor Pagoda. His body and soul were destroyed. Big brother! How could this be? I'm impossible. How could Big Brother be? There were still 4 people from outside the realm who were still alive. At this moment, they were all trembling and their expressions all changed. The strongest person among them, an expert who was only a small step away from the immortal realm, was actually killed. No, it shouldn't be like this. Before we came, we already investigated. This waste planet has very few cultivators. Almost all of them are weak mortals. How? How could there be such a strong person? It's impossible. The 4 people trembled, unwilling to believe the scene in front of them. They looked at Lin Tian, their bodies trembling. They couldn't help but stumble backward, frightened by Lin Tian. At the same time, far away from Mount Tai, the White Tiger and Tu Xianxian were also shocked by Lin Tian's terrifying combat strength. He killed a half-step to the Immortal Realm expert, so easily. He's really invincible under the Immortal Realm. The White Tiger's eyes widened. I suddenly understand why Master was struck by the heavenly tribulation all the way here. This potential is too abnormal. The Tu Xianxian swallowed his saliva. At the peak of Mount Tai, Lin Tian looked at the last 4 people from outside the realm. He recalled the immortal Emperor Pagoda and walked toward them. Don't come over. The 4 people were a little scared. Run. But the sealed path to the immortal realm is about to open. Who cares about the immortal realm now? Staying alive is more important. The 4 people trembled as they communicated. Then they rushed up together, turned into 4 beams of light, and rushed out of Mount Tai to escape. Far away, the White Tiger and Tu Xianxian were surprised and relieved when they saw the scene. These bastards were so arrogant and cruel before, but now they're running away with their tails between their legs. A few days ago, this group of people from outside the realm broke into their world and occupied Mount Tai of Middle-earth, killing countless innocent people. Mount Tai was almost dyed red with blood, which made the people of Middle-earth angry and frightened. However, they couldn't do anything to this group of people because they were too strong. Now Lin Tian came back from the heavenly tribulation in the starry sky and killed 12 people in the blink of an eye. He even killed the leader of this group of people, forcing the last few people to flee in panic. The White Tiger and Tu Xianxian couldn't help but feel satisfied when they saw this scene. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sound of air being torn apart was very loud. The last 4 people from outside the realm were really scared. At this moment, they fled at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, the 4 of them rushed out of the peak of Mount Tai. However, at this moment, the void vibrated and an invisible barrier appeared, sending the 4 of them back to Mount Tai. Bang! 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 The 4 of them landed on the peak of Mount Tai again, smashing a lot of the ground. You've invaded other people's territory and killed so many innocent people. Do you think you can leave here alive? Lin Tian's voice was cold. Previously, he used the stone book to protect Mount Tai, preventing it from being destroyed by the battle between him and the people from outside the realm. At the same time, he also completely sealed the space around Mount Tai. Even a fly couldn't fly out. You. Meeting Lin Tian's gaze, the 4 people from outside the realm who were sent back trembled. Their eyes were filled with fear. Among the 4 of them, 2 of them were at the peak of the Emperor realm, and the other 2 were at the middle stage of the Emperor realm. They were originally very powerful. However, seeing that Lin Tian could easily kill their half-step immortal realm brother, how could they not be frightened and fearful? At this moment, they had completely lost the will to fight. No, don't kill us. We know we're wrong. We apologize. Please let us go. One of them spoke, trembling. You killed so many innocent people, and you want to settle it with just an apology? There's no such thing in this world. Lin Tianlong said, and directly pointed a finger. This finger seemed casual, but it was a great magical power from the medicine encyclopedia. It directly pierced through the person who spoke. With a poof, the person who begged for mercy exploded. His body and soul were shattered together. Instantly, the other 3 people became even more frightened. You're too ruthless. Do you have to kill us all? One of them gritted his teeth and said, I'll give you a taste of your own medicine. I'll treat you the same way you treat the people in this territory." Lin Tian's gaze was cold. He raised his hand, and the Tao diagram of the four symbols appeared. It enveloped the person who spoke and directly crushed him, destroying his body and soul. He walked calmly toward the last two Peak Emperor Realm experts from outside the realm. The two of them were terrified. They knew that Lin Tian Sha was determined. They could not help but stagger back in fear. Lin Tian raised his hand. Golden divine light surged, and rays of sword energy condensed, aiming straight at the two of them. Ka! At this moment, a crisp sound suddenly came from above the firmament. The formation patterns and Tao patterns that the dozen people from the outer realm had set up on the peak of Mount Tai all glowed. At this moment, a huge crack was torn open, and endless halos surged out from behind the crack. Vaguely, a white misty ancient road seemed to appear behind the crack, as if it led to the eternal unknown. In an instant, the expressions of everyone in this place changed. That is... Could it be that the ancient road to the immortal realm that was sealed on Mount Tai? What did those people from outside the realm prepare? Did he really manage to open the sealed path? Outside Mount Tai, the white tiger and Tu Xianxian could not help but tremble. The road to the immortal realm. It's open! It's open! The last two people from outside the realm were incomparably excited. Their powerful Emperor Realm physiques could not help but tremble at this moment. Even Lin Tian revealed a shocked expression. Mount Tai was at the top of the sky. The immortal light that surged out from behind the crack was too intense. There was a true wave of immortal chi intertwined, making even him feel shocked. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two sounds of breaking through the air rang out. The last two people from outside the realm who were still alive moved, rushing towards that crack. People from the Waste Star were going to the immortal realm. We'll definitely kill you in the future. The two of them let out cold voices. At this moment, their speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they rushed into the huge crack that appeared on Mount Tai, disappearing from Lin Tian's and the other sight. They rushed into the immortal realm. Outside Mount Tai, the white tiger and Tu Xianxian's expressions changed. However, in the next moment, the two experts from outside the crack screamed miserably, like the screams of ghosts. They seemed to have encountered something incomparably terrifying. Their screams were mixed with endless fear. No. The screams were ear-piercing, filled with fear and despair. Then, in an instant, they disappeared without a trace. Golden light surged around Lin Tian's body. Looking at the crack in the sky, he could not help but reveal a look of shock in his eyes. The white tiger and Tu Xianxian could not help but tremble. At this moment, they came from outside Mount Tai to Lin Tian's side. They also looked at the huge crack in the sky. Their eyes were wide open, and their pupils were twitching violently. Is that really the sealed road to the immortal realm behind it? Those two people seemed to be dead. Tu Xianxian was shocked. Chapter 1383. On Mount Tai, at the peak of the sky, a huge crack was pulled open and endless divine radiance surged out from the crack. This divine radiance carried a true immortal charm. It was clearly the legendary passage that was sealed on Mount Tai and connected to the celestial realm. It seemed to lead to the ancient celestial realm. However, Lin Tian and the others did not move at this time. They all stared straight at the crack. Just now, two Peak Void Emperor Realm experts stepped into it. Their screams were too ear-piercing. It was obvious that they had encountered something extremely terrifying inside and had already died inside. In such a situation, even though they knew the legend and knew that this was the path to the celestial realm that was sealed by a peerless expert back then, how could they dare to enter recklessly? Even someone as strong as Lin Tian frowned at this time. He swept his gaze around and tore the void to capture a few wild birds. He threw one of them into the crack. The wild bird entered and immediately a miserable cry was heard. Then it quickly quieted down. Obviously, the wild bird that was thrown into the crack died. He paused for a moment and threw a few other wild birds in as well. Then, the result was the same as the first wild bird. They all died behind the crack. What's behind that crack? This, Tu Xian trembled. In this situation, he could no longer tell whether the crack led to the celestial realm or hell. Lin Tian stared at the crack and frowned deeply. He did not know what was behind it and did not dare to rashly step in. Buzz! Suddenly, in his sea of consciousness, the seven-colored divine sword trembled slightly. Strands of seven-colored light rippled out and pointed straight at the crack. This caused Lin Tian's expression to change. At this moment, the seven-colored divine sword in his sea of consciousness moved strangely. The seven-colored light rippled like water in his sea of consciousness, and the direction was facing the crack in the sky of Mount Tai. He was too familiar with this situation. He could completely sense the appearance of a new sword soul fragment. There was actually a sword soul fragment behind this crack. His eyes flickered. Beside him, Tu Xian clearly noticed his strange behavior and asked, "Master, what's wrong?" White Tiger also noticed the change in Lin Tian's expression and looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at the sky above Mount Tai. A huge crack appeared in the sky. Hazy celestial light intertwined and gushed out continuously, covering the scene behind the crack. What entered his eyes was a complete blur. Even with his powerful divine consciousness, it was difficult to see clearly. "You guys stand guard outside. I'll go in and look for something. After that, I'll see if there really is a path that leads to the immortal region. If there really is, I'll inform you immediately," he said to the White Tiger and Tu Xian. Hearing his words, the White Tiger and Tu Xian were both moved. "Master, you have to be careful. No matter how you look at it, it's very dangerous," Tu Xian said worriedly. The two experts at the peak of the Void Emperor realm from the outer realm were swallowed the moment they stepped in. The few wild birds that Lin Tian caught also died tragically the moment they were thrown in. This was enough to show how terrifying it was. She didn't want Lin Tian to meet with any mishap inside. "It's fine. I'll be careful." Lin Tiandao, the divine sword in his sea of consciousness, had a strange reaction. It sensed that there was a sword, soul fragment inside. No matter what, he had to go in. But Tu Xian was still worried. "Don't worry." Lin Tiandao raised his hand and called the stone book that was holding Mount Tai to his side. He used it to protect himself and slowly walked out of the crack. He turned around and said a few words to White Tiger and Tu Xian. Then he carried the stone book and stepped into the crack. The crack was 3 feet wide, and endless divine light intertwined inside. He stepped forward and was drowned in the divine light in the blink of an eye. He walked in the divine light. His surroundings were hazy, and he couldn't see anything. Everything that entered his eyes was a blur. Gradually, he maintained his vigilance and stepped further. Soon, he was dozens of feet deep into the crack. Suddenly, a majestic force surged from all directions, carrying the aura of death. It was like a hurricane. Lin Tian immediately trembled violently. He felt as if a heavy hammer had struck his chest, almost causing him to spit out a mouthful of essence blood. Cold sweat immediately dripped down from his forehead. He hurriedly circulated the Sun Heart Sutra to activate the stone book, causing all the ancient inscriptions on the stone book to light up. Strands of strange light fell down, firmly protecting the book within. At the same time, the hazy divine light around him dispersed. His vision became clear, and he could see clearly. Looking around, he was surrounded by a white haze. There were white bones everywhere. He couldn't help but tremble. As far as he could see, there were too many white bones here. They were piled up into small mountains. Strands of black fog came out from these white bones. There was only a small amount, but they were intertwined with an extremely dense aura of death. It was as if a small strand could corrode everything. It was cold and frightening. He moved his gaze and saw a few puddles of pus and blood in front of him. It was obvious that they had just formed. He could feel a familiar aura from them. They belonged to the two foreign experts and the few wild birds he had thrown into here. The two people in the outer realm and the wild birds were corroded by the black fog with the aura of death. Lin Tian was moved. He looked at the white bones everywhere and thought of many things. These white bones, are they the people who died in the immortal war in the Antiquity Age? Their corpses fell here and turned into white bones. He was a little shocked. There were so many white bones in this place. A conservative estimate of the number of people who died here was more than 1 million. More than 1 million people. And it was only in this place. Then, how many people had really died in the Immortal War? One had to know that the Immortal War covered the entire vast planet and destroyed more than 90% of its territory. According to this situation, the total number of people who had died in that war was unimaginable. It was definitely an extremely terrifying number. Boom! The space shook. The black fog that came out of the dense, white bones was very small. It was very thin, but it was filled with an extremely dense aura of death. Every wisp of black fog seemed to contain a peerless and terrifying evil spirit. It pressed towards him from all directions as if it had its own consciousness. It wanted to devour and corrode him in this place. Lin Tian trembled violently. Even with the protection of the eternal weapon, Level Stone Book, he still couldn't help but feel a chill in his internal organs. There were simply too many skeletons here. These skeletons were definitely experts of their respective territories when they were alive. After they died, they turned into skeletons and exuded a black mist that was extremely terrifying. Even sempiternal experts would be easily corroded by it. He channeled the Sun Heart Sutra with all his strength and urged the stone book above his head to draw more divine light to protect him. At the same time, he also propped up the immortal Emperor Pagoda to protect him. Chapter 1384. White bones were everywhere, and wisps of black mist floated in the air. The amount was small and thin, but it was terrifying to the extreme. Lin Tian used the stone book and the immortal Emperor Pagoda to protect himself, blocking all the mist outside. Even so, he still felt a chill down his spine. Scary, he muttered to himself. In this place, the aura of death intertwined in the air was too shocking, making even someone as strong as him tremble. He took a deep breath and looked ahead. The white bones were everywhere, like a road leading to the unknown. Buzz! In his sea of consciousness, the divine sword vibrated, intertwining with strands of 7-colored light, which rippled forward like water. He paused for a moment, stepped on the white bones, and strode forward. The vibration of the divine sword in his sea of consciousness indicated that there was a sword soul fragment in front. He had to get it no matter what. He stepped on the white bones, and from time to time, the sound of bones breaking was very ear-piercing in this silent space. At the same time, the black mist floated in the air, constantly pressing toward him. Not only was it intertwined with a very frightening aura of death, but it also contained an extremely terrifying power of law that seemed to be able to tear everything apart. He used the stone book and the immortal Emperor Pagoda to protect himself, and his expression was solemn and cautious as he slowly moved forward in this space. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes passed, and he had walked far away again. At this time, the divine sword in his sea of consciousness vibrated even more violently. The entire sword body was shining, and 7-colored divine light surged. Then, in the next moment, a small mountain of white bones in front of him shook, and all of them were swept away, revealing a blank void below. Then, cracks began to appear in the empty space, spreading out in all directions like a spider web. Crack! Finally, with a crisp sound, the void below collapsed, and a mass of 7-colored divine light floated out. Like before, this mass of 7-colored divine light was about the size of a fist, like a 7-colored sun, extremely dazzling. Found it! Lin Tian's eyes flashed. The sword's soul fragment was very important to him. Finding a piece meant that the divine sword in his sea of consciousness was one step closer to completion. So naturally, he was happy. After all, the reason why he was able to embark on the path of cultivation and reach this step today was because of the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. He looked forward to repairing this divine sword as soon as possible. Once this divine sword was completely repaired, he believed that this divine sword would be able to cut through everything. He looked at the sword's soul fragment in front of him. After a pause, he stretched out his right hand. The sword pattern on his palm shone brightly. Before his eyes, the sword's soul fragment trembled, and the seven-colored light emanating from it grew even more resplendent. Then, in the next moment, the sword's soul fragment shook slightly and turned into a seven-colored lightning bolt. It rushed into his palm and flowed into his body along the sword mark on his palm. Then, in the blink of an eye, it entered his sea of consciousness and came to the side of the divine sword. It circled around the main body of the divine sword like a rainbow-colored fairy and disappeared into the sword in an instant. Immediately, the divine sword vibrated, and an even thicker seven-colored divine light intertwined. Buzz! The rainbow divine light surrounded the body of the divine sword. At the same time, some of it spread in all directions and entered Lin Tian's sea of consciousness, then rushed to every corner of his body. This was a gift from the sword soul fragment. Lin Tian was already very familiar with this, so he did not panic. He immediately activated the Heart Sutra of Sun and quickly refined the seven-colored divine light that entered his body, nourishing his flesh and blood. Suddenly, a blazing golden divine light began to appear on the surface of his body. It was crystal clear, powerful, and brilliant, and his entire body was covered in a layer of golden light. Then, the aura on his body began to rise and become stronger. Even the precepts of the great path in his body became more and more astonishing. Buzz! The golden light buzzed, strands of it. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The seven-colored divine light that entered his body had been completely refined by him. His essence, vitality, and physique had all become stronger, and his cultivation had also increased by a lot. However, he was still a little far from the middle stage of the Emperor Realm. After all, this was the Emperor Realm. It was not easy to reach the middle stage from the early stage of this realm. He stopped activating the Heart Sutra of Sun and scanned his sea of consciousness. The new sword soul fragment had already merged with the divine sword's body. There were even more complicated runes on the surface of the divine sword that lit up. Each rune was very complicated, and he still could not understand it. There are still about 2/5 of the runes that are dim. I look forward to the day when all of them are lit up. He muttered to himself. The surface of the divine sword was densely intertwined with runes. Each time he found a sword soul fragment and merged it, a part of the runes on the surface of the divine sword would light up. In this way, the day when all of the runes lit up would be the day when the divine sword was completely repaired. At that time, he would be able to truly control this peerless divine sword. Finally, he scanned the divine sword with his sea of consciousness. His eyes were intertwined with a bright light, and then he quickly calmed down. The faint golden light that intertwined on the surface of his body gradually disappeared. He raised his head and looked further into the space. Can it really lead to the immortal region? He paused for a moment and then walked forward. The immortal region was a vast world that was said to be above the starry sky. It was boundless and magnificent. In it, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was endless, and there were countless divine treasures and immortal destinies. It was a place that all cultivators in the starry sky wanted to enter. He was naturally interested in this legendary immortal realm. He wanted to know if this path could really lead to it. He stepped on the white bones on the ground. As he walked forward, the black fog around him became thicker, and the aura of death became more terrifying. Even with the protection of the stone book and the immortal Emperor Pagoda, he could not help but feel a huge pressure. However, this was not a big deal. He could bear with it and walked forward step by step. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. After 3 days, the aura of death in the air became even thicker. It was frightening. At this time, there was no road ahead. It was turbid, and he could not move forward. This, Lin Tian was moved. What entered his eyes was the hazy turbidity. It was like the scene before the world was created. He activated the dragon burial scripture. Endless dragon runes intertwined and probed into the hazy turbidity. However, they were isolated. The dragon runes could not probe into the turbidity at all. There was an extremely vast power that blocked everything from approaching. However, although the dragon runes could not probe, he felt an extremely shocking immortal Tao aura here. Chapter 1385. The boundless turbidity cut off the path ahead. Lin Tian vaguely guessed many things. A corner of the barrier of the immortal domain, which had collapsed because of a divine object falling out of a certain sect, had been completely restored after countless years. The path of immortality here was completely cut off. What was the divine object that fell out of the immortal domain back then? Why did it attract so many experts to fight for it? He muttered to himself. He did care about the divine object that fell out of the immortal domain back then. After all, it attracted countless experts from the immortal domain and the starry sky to fight for it at the same time. It completely destroyed the Milky Way imperial star back then and turned it into a place that was completely unsuitable for cultivation. It was enough to imagine how tempting that divine object was. It was definitely an earth-shattering divine treasure. He thought for a moment and then shook his head. He didn't care anymore because, even if he did, he couldn't figure out what the divine object was. It would be a waste of effort. Most importantly, the divine object had nothing to do with him. He didn't need to care about it at all. The immortal domain. He looked at the turbidity in front of him. At this time, he didn't want to break it because it was impossible. The intertwined energy of the turbidity was too vast. Even an expert at the peak of the eternal realm couldn't break it. He stopped here and stared at the turbidity for dozens of breaths. Then he turned around and went back along the way he came. He had already obtained the fragment of the sword soul that lived in this space tunnel. The path of immortality here had been cut off. He already knew that there was no need to stay in this space tunnel anymore. He used the stone book and the immortal emperor pagoda to protect himself. Stepping on the white bones, he quickly walked out of the space tunnel. He stepped out of the big crack that he came from and reappeared on Mount Tai. Master! Tu Xian and White Tiger had been guarding Mount Tai. At this time, when they saw Lin Tian step out of the tunnel, they immediately went up to him. Master, how are you? Are you all right? She looked Lin Tian up and down and asked. I'm fine. Lin Tian shook his head. Tu Xian and White Tiger were relieved to see that he was indeed all right and seemed to have become stronger. What's the actual situation inside? Is the legend true? The White Tiger asked as it glanced at the big crack at the top of Mount Tai. Hearing its question, the Tu Xian stared at Lin Tian. Obviously, it was also very concerned about the situation behind the rift. After all, according to legend, there was an ancient path that led to the celestial region behind that crack. The legends are true. There is indeed a path leading to the immortal realms behind it. However, it has already been severed. Lin Tiandao. He didn't hide anything and simply told the White Tiger and Tu Xian what had happened after the rift. Of course, he did not mention the sword soul fragment. There really is a path to the immortal domain. The White Tiger was in a daze. It's a pity that it has already been severed and lost its meaning. Tu Xian said. When they heard Lin Tian's words, the two of them were both surprised and slightly disappointed. After all, after finding out that there was indeed a path leading to the celestial realm before them, and then finding out that this path had already been cut off, and they were unable to reach the end, they would more or less feel some regret. Then, what should we do about this rift? The White Tiger looked at the big crack in the sky and asked, Reseal it. Lin Tiandao. He raised his hand and made a hand seal, activating the four-symbol seal. At the same time, he summoned the origin energy of the stars and the primordial chi of the immortal Emperor Pagoda. Several different forces intertwined and covered the rift at the top of the sky. After that, in the blink of an eye, the big crack disappeared, and so did the Tao diagram of the four symbols. The sky returned to its original state. An immortal path is gone just like that. The white tiger sighed. It doesn't matter if you disappear. It doesn't mean you won't be able to enter the immortal region in the future. Lin Tian said. The three of them stood on Mount Tai and looked at the place where the big crack had disappeared. Then they looked at the blood-stained Mount Tai. Too many people had been killed on this place by the dozen or so cultivators from outside the domain. Little Fox, inform the great sects and the army that Mount Tai has returned to normal. Everything will go back to normal in the future. Lin Tian said. The immortal court's Lindy planet had become the top inheritance in this world in just a few years with its super powerful foundation. Not only was it famous in the cultivation world, but it also had great power in the ordinary society and had connections with the army. Got it, master. Tu Xianxian said. Lin Tian nodded and asked the white tiger and Tu Xianxian to handle this matter together. He walked down Mount Tai on foot. Master, where are you going? Aren't you going back to the immortal court? Tu Xianxian asked. Lin Tian shook his head and said, I'm just going to walk around. I'll return to the immortal court after a while. Tu Xianxian nodded and watched Lin Tian walk down Mount Tai and into the distance. It was not until Lin Tian disappeared from his sight that he asked the white tiger to leave Mount Tai and inform the great sects and the army that the villains from outside the domain had been killed. That's right. I can record the scene of Master killing more than a dozen villains from outside the domain on Mount Tai with my divine sense and put it into some electronic devices. I can make a network video and start a new round of preaching. Tu Xianxian's eyes lit up. In this era, although she was a cultivator, she was also connected to modern society. Naturally, she was familiar with technology, civilization, and the internet. She was proficient in many modern things. Well, this idea is very good. It's feasible. After all, everyone in this world is worried about Mount Tai. Now that they know that Lin Fan, the master of the Immortal Court, has killed the enemy from the extraterrestrial domain who descended on Mount Tai, the number of followers of the Immortal Court will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. White Tiger said, it was not born in this era, but it had been several years since it broke the seal. It naturally knew a lot about the technology and the internet in this era. I'm so smart. Tu Xianxian's eyes became even brighter. She and the white tiger sped up and traveled hundreds of feet in a flash. Lin Tian left Mount Tai and walked, but his speed was not slow at all. Soon, he arrived at the foot of Kunlun. He did not inform the people of the Kunlun paradise. After arriving at Kunlun, he stayed in the mountain alone to feel the charm of Kunlun Mountain. It's not inferior to Mount Tai at all. He sat quietly in a very remote place on Mount Kunlun for several days and captured a trace of the charm of Mount Kunlun. It was very shocking, as if it was the ancestor of all mountains. If it weren't for the Immortal War, how powerful would Mount Kunlun be? How magnificent would this world be? It is definitely worthy of the name of the Emperor Star, he muttered to himself. He sat there quietly and closed his eyes slightly to feel the charm of Mount Kunlun that he had captured. Then the Heart Sutra of the Sun operated on its own without him noticing. It attracted endless origin power of the starry sky and merged with the charm of Mount Kunlun, causing his flesh, blood, and bones to tremble. His divine sense was no longer quiet. The lotus sea swayed and emitted divine light. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Half a month later, on this day, he opened his eyes. The origin power of the starry sky from the sky disappeared instantly. A trace of the charm of Mount Kunlun perfectly merged with his flesh and blood, making him look a little more ethereal than half a month ago. His essence, chi, spirit, and physique had all become a little stronger. His cultivation had also improved a lot. A faint light intertwined in his eyes. After a pause, he stood up, glanced at Mount Kunlun for the last time, and then left. Penglai, Yingzhou, Fangzhang, Mount Lu, Mount Zhongnan, he muttered to himself. After leaving Mount Kunlun, he headed for Penglai. This star was known as the Milky Way Emperor Star in the past. The famous mountains and islands that were now famous in the world were all amazing ancestral lands in that era. He wanted to comprehend the charm that they had left behind from the past one by one. He wanted to use the divine charms left behind in the ancestral land to feel the world of the desolation era. This was a kind of feeling, but also a kind of cultivation, because comprehending these divine charms would be of great help to his cultivation. Not long after, he arrived at Penglai. He did not inform the chief of Penglai Island. He sat quietly in a very secluded place on Penglai and captured the charm left behind by Penglai. He silently comprehended it for more than half a month. Then he got up and left. After that, he went to Yingzhou, Fangzhang, Mount Lu, Mount Hua, Mount Song, Mount Amei, and Mount Zhongnan. He stayed at each place for half a month, capturing the charm of different ancient mountains. This caused the origin energy of the starry sky to surge over on its own. His essence, chi, spirit, flesh, and bones continued to strengthen, and his cultivation continued to climb. During the time he was walking around the famous mountains, Tu Xianxian used his consciousness to imprint the image of him killing the dozen extraterrestrials on Mount Tai into some electronic devices. He made a video and posted it on the modern internet. Immediately, the whole world was in an uproar. The number of believers of the immortal court immediately skyrocketed, surpassing that of the Western Christian Church. Every day, countless people would shout "Immortal Emperor." The power of faith surged from all over the world into the Immortal Emperor Pagoda. Lin Tian was initially shocked by the power of faith that surged into the Immortal Emperor Pagoda. But soon, he knew what Tu Xianxian was doing. He could not help but smile. Smart little fox. He laughed. He sat quietly on a famous mountain in the Central Plains, comprehending the charm of the famous mountain. At the same time, he cultivated with the surging power of faith. Then, not long after, he walked out of the famous mountain and walked to other famous places in the Central Plains. He walked to the divine mountains and celestial islands in the west. He stopped at each place for a long time, capturing the charm of the famous celestial islands one after another. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Boom! 2 years later. On this day, a vast divine power rushed up from the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, causing the entire planet to shake. In the next moment, Lin Tian stepped out from the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. His whole body was intertwined with a faint golden light, like an ancient god. Middle stage Dikong. In these 2 years, he had traveled to all the more famous regions in this world alone. He had captured the charm of various famous mountains and immortal islands. Combined with the power of faith in the Immortal Emperor Pagoda, he had broken through on this day and reached the middle stage of Emperor Void Realm. His physical body had become stronger, his divine power had become denser, his sea of knowledge had become vaster, and his battle prowess had increased tremendously. He stood on the surface of the Pacific Ocean, looking at the world now with a hazy glow in his eyes. "It's time to leave," he said to himself. Chapter 1386. It had been 7 years since he returned to Earth. He had obtained all the sword soul fragments on this planet and established a branch of the Immortal Lyceum on this planet. He had followers and faith, so it was meaningless for him to stay here any longer. The heaven and earth spirit chi and the great Tao of heaven and earth in this planet were too thin. It would be difficult for him to continue his cultivation even with the power of faith. Now he needed to go to a vaster world to cultivate. Of course, the most important thing was that when he was on Mount Tai, he learned something from a powerhouse that had come from the outer realms. In the starry skies, there was a star called the Purple Spill Star that might contain a sword soul fragment. He wanted to make a trip there. He stood on the surface of the Pacific Ocean and paused for a moment. He looked in the direction of the immortal Lyceum of the central earth and tore open a crack in the void with his bare hands. Then he stepped into it and disappeared in an instant. The next moment he appeared in the immortal Emperor Palace of the immortal Lyceum. Little Fox, Chun-Lin, Stupid Tiger, come to the immortal Emperor Palace. He called out. Tu Xian-Xian, Chun-Lin, and White Tiger were all in the immortal Lyceum. When they heard Lin Tian's voice at the same time, they were all moved. Master is back! Tu Xian-Xian was overjoyed. He rushed to the immortal Emperor Palace with Chun-Lin. After 3 years, she had reached the second heaven of the Great Tao. Her cultivation speed was astonishing. At the same time, she had taken good care of Chun-Lin over the years. She had given her all kinds of pointers on the path of cultivation. Chun-Lin, who had ordinary aptitude, had reached the 7th heaven of the connecting immortal realm. She was not far from the 8th heaven. White Tiger had reached the 9th heaven of the Nirvana realm. He followed Tu Xian-Xian and Chun-Lin to the immortal Emperor Palace. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the immortal Emperor Palace. Hey, kid, I haven't seen you for 3 years. Your essence, chi, and spirit have become stronger. White Tiger looked at Lin Tian in surprise. He could clearly feel that Lin Tian's chi was more powerful than 3 years ago. Not bad. Lin Tian smiled. He looked at the 3 of them and told them directly that he was leaving this world. When the 3 of them heard this, they were all shocked and their expressions changed. Master, are we really leaving? Tu Xian-Xian was reluctant to part with her. Lin Tian nodded and said with a faint smile, This world is no longer able to support my cultivation. Also, I need to find something in the starry skies. It's very important. As he spoke, faint golden divine light intertwined around his body. Then he drew out the primordial mother chi from the immortal Emperor Pagoda and engraved a mysterious Tao pattern in the immortal Emperor Palace. In the future, a portion of the power of faith of the immortal court in this world will gather in this immortal Emperor Palace. You can cultivate with the power of faith here. He told the 3 of them. Then he took out some other rare treasures from the stone ring. There were divine fruits that could increase one's cultivation base and strengthen one's physique, precious herbs that could strengthen one's soul, and even immortal herbs that could prolong one's life for more than 1,000 years. He gave them to Tu Xian-Xian and the other 2. Little Fox, after I leave, you will be in charge of the immortal court here. He said to Tu Xian-Xian, Don't worry, Master. Xian-Xian will definitely work hard to make the immortal court stronger, gather more believers and faith. Tu Xian-Xian said solemnly. Lin Tian nodded and looked at the White Tiger and Chun-Lin. Stupid Tiger, Chun-Lin, help Little Fox manage the immortal court. Don't worry. The White Tiger and Chun-Lin nodded solemnly. Tu Xian-Xian looked at Lin Tian and asked, Master, will you come back in the future? Lin Tian patted her head and smiled. Yes. After all, my cute disciple is still in this world. Tu Xian-Xian immediately became happy, and her eyes lit up. Then, Xian-Xian will definitely work hard to cultivate. When Xian-Xian becomes stronger, if Master still hasn't come back, Xian-Xian will go to the starry skies to follow Master's footsteps. Lin Tian looked at her and nodded with a smile. Okay, he said. It was good to have motivation. On this day, he chatted with Tu Xian-Xian, the White Tiger, and Chun-Lin for the last time. Then, he bid farewell and rushed into the starry skies. Goodbye, Master. See you again. Tu Xian-Xian waved at the sky. Lin Tian could hear Tu Xian-Xian's voice. He smiled faintly and sped up. In the blink of an eye, he passed through the atmosphere that shrouded Earth and stepped out of this world. Earth, Milky Way imperial planet. He stood in the starry skies and took a last look at Earth. Then he turned into a golden light and shot into the distance. The starry skies were extremely deep. Faint silver light intertwined, magical and beautiful. He flew in the starry skies and headed in a fixed direction. 3 years ago, he learned from the sea of consciousness of an extraterrestrial expert that there might be a sword soul fragment in the deity-devouring valley on the Zean ancient planet. He also found the coordinates of the Zean ancient planet. At this time, he was heading to the Zean ancient planet. He was very fast, like a golden lightning. After flying for a long time, he left a large planet behind him. After all, in the starry skies, the diameter of each star was very large. According to my current speed, even if I continue to fly at an extremely fast speed, it will still take me 2 years to reach the purple spill planet. In addition to the occasional rest, it will take me 3 years to arrive there, he muttered to himself. The starry skies were vast, and the Zean ancient planet was located in another star field outside the Milky Way ancient star field. It was extremely far away from where he was now. Even with his Emperor realm cultivation and speed, it would take him a very long time to reach the Zean ancient star field from the Milky Way ancient star field. Faint golden light intertwined around his body, but he did not care much about this. This was because, relatively speaking, 3 years was not a long time for an expert of his height. It was not much different from 3 days for an ordinary person. He flew through the starry skies at top speed. While heading towards the Zean ancient planet, he drew upon the origin energy of the starry skies to cultivate. Buzz! As he drew in the origin energy of the starry skies, the origin energy of the starry skies shrouded him, making him look like a silver figure of light traveling through the starry skies. His flesh and bones gradually became stronger as he refined the origin energy of the starry skies. In this way, time flew by. He traveled through the starry skies, and 3 years passed quickly. On this day, he stepped out of the Milky Way ancient star field and entered another vast star field. He came to a large purple planet. As far as the eye could see, this purple star was simply too huge. Compared to the other nearby stars, the former was like a huge mountain, while the latter was like sand. There was no comparison at all. Compared to the current Earth, this purple star was many times larger. It was intertwined with a vast and unparalleled aura. Just looking at it made one's heart tremble. Zean ancient planet, I've arrived! Chapter 1387. The Zean ancient star was located at the center of the Zean star field. Its status in the star field was extremely high, just like how Earth was called the Milky Way Emperor star in the Milky Way star field. It was the Emperor star of the Zean star field. Lin Tian stood in the starry sky, looking at the huge star in front of him. He had to admit that this huge star was too extraordinary. It lives in the Zean star field and is named after Zean. It's really extraordinary, he said to himself. The Zean ancient star was in the starry sky, surrounded by countless other stars, as if it was an audience with the emperor. Lin Tian paused for a moment, then stepped into the inner part of the Zean ancient star. Boom! The Zean ancient star was intertwined with purple star energy, which was extremely tyrannical. As he walked through it, the protective divine power outside his body rubbed against the purple star energy, and soon blazing flames were produced. After dozens of breaths, he passed through the purple star energy on the surface of the ancient star and appeared in the inner part of the star. White clouds floated in the sky. He stood in the sky of this huge star, and a gentle breeze blew past. Looking down, a vast and boundless world appeared in his eyes. He did not know how many times bigger it was than the 9th heaven of the 10 directions heaven domain. In it, towering mountains were connected to each other, and turbulent rivers were connected to each other. The heaven and earth spiritual chi in the air was extremely rich, dozens of times stronger than the 10th heaven of the 10 directions heaven domain. It's indeed the central emperor star of the Zean star field. His eyes flashed. This great world was very suitable for cultivation. It was definitely one of the most suitable places for cultivation in the starry sky. He paused in the sky, took a deep breath, and landed on the ground. Soon he stepped on the solid ground and felt that the heaven and earth spiritual chi in the air was even more intense. There were many mountains around, and in the mountains, plants grew very lush, and the life aura was extremely amazing. Many of the plants were even species that he had never seen before. This made him sigh once again. This Zean ancient star was really amazing. Let's go to the celestial devouring valley first, he whispered. A few years ago, when he was on Mount High on Earth, he had learned that the celestial devouring valley in the Zean ancient star had the 7-colored divine light from time to time. He guessed that it might be the fragments of the sword soul. That was why he had come to this life ancient star from Earth. Therefore, when he arrived on this ancient life star, he naturally headed straight for the celestial devouring valley. He had learned the exact location of the celestial devouring valley in this world from the extraterritorial expert. At this time, he did not hesitate and directly soared into the sky. He turned into a golden bolt of lightning and rushed to the southeast of this place. At the same time, he tore through the void several times and finally appeared in front of a valley after an hour. However, calling it a valley was actually not appropriate because it was too vast. It was formed from tens of thousands of mountain ridges, and there were sparse plants in between, interweaving with a faint black mist. It was like a mountain range of death in the netherworld. When he arrived, he stood outside the valley and looked inside. He couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. So this is the celestial devouring valley. It's terrifying. He was secretly shocked. His cultivation was at the middle stage Emperor Kong realm, and he had mastered the dragon burial scripture and cultivated the illusion breaker divine eye. He was very good at studying mountains and rivers. At a glance, he could tell that the celestial devouring valley was not ordinary. The mountain ridges piled up on the ground seemed very casual, but in fact, they formed a super terrifying killing formation. They had completely condensed the killing force of the earth veins in all directions into the valley, turning it into a world of killing and destruction. With my current cultivation, can I go deep? He was a little uncertain. This place was too terrifying. He stood in place and looked ahead, opening the illusion breaker divine eye for a long time. In the end, he gritted his teeth and decided to go in first. There was no one in sight. He took a deep breath and walked into the celestial devouring valley from a remote corner. As soon as he stepped into the valley, he immediately felt a chill run down his spine, as if he had stepped into the netherworld. At the same time, the moment he stepped into the valley, the 7-colored divine sword at the bottom of his sea of consciousness shook slightly. Suddenly, strands of 7-colored divine light surrounded him and rippled in his sea of consciousness like water. Its direction was directly toward the depths of the celestial devouring valley. This caused Lin Tian's body to tremble, and a bright light appeared in his eyes. There is indeed a sword soul fragment here. He clenched his fist. He was very familiar with the 7-colored divine sword's reaction. It had sensed the aura of a new sword soul fragment. He looked at the depths of the valley and took a deep breath. After pausing for a moment, he continued to walk forward. The 7-colored divine sword's reaction made him confirm that there was indeed a sword soul fragment in the celestial devouring valley. His motivation immediately increased. Whoosh! There was a gentle breeze blowing in the celestial devouring valley, bringing with it strands of black mist. The ground in the valley was a little damp. Lin Tian did not move quickly. Even though he was happy to confirm that there was a sword soul fragment in the valley, he was very cautious. After all, the celestial devouring valley was not an ordinary place. He stepped on the slightly damp ground and walked slowly and cautiously into the depths. Soon, he had walked a few hundred feet. At this moment, the black mist in the air became thicker. The ground suddenly shook and a bone snake, about 10 feet long, emerged from the ground. Its entire body was covered in a deathly aura. It pounced directly at Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Lin Tian. Lin Tian waved his hand and slapped down on the other party's body. Clang! The sound of metal clanging could be heard. He was moved. Currently, he was at the middle stage of the Dekong realm. Moreover, he possessed the Reincarnation King body. His physical strength was not inferior to an expert at the immortal realm. However, when his palm landed at this moment, it actually did not harm the bone snake at all. This truly shocked him. The bone snake hissed and pounced again. Lin Tian did not show mercy this time. He used a super power from the High Heaven Sword scripture and slashed at the bone snake. With a clang, the sword hummed and landed on the bone snake's body. This time, it split the bone snake into pieces. It's comparable to an ordinary expert at the peak of the Emperor Void Realm. He muttered to himself. He looked at the bone snake's corpse and paused. Then he walked deeper into the valley. Soon he had walked another 1,000 feet. Around him, the black mist became thicker. The air was cold and chilling. On a mountain ridge in the distance, a few human figures stood together. They were surrounded by the black mist and did not move at all. It was as if they had been standing there since ancient times. They gave off a creepy feeling. Lin Tian immediately stopped. That is. He looked forward with the eye of illusion breaker and saw through the black mist. When he saw the figures clearly, his expression changed. Chapter 1388. The delusion breaker divine eyes interweaved with a dense dragon pattern light. Through the pitch-black fog, Lin Tian saw a few figures on top of the mountain. Their eyes were empty, and their clothes were very ancient. There was no sign of life at all. They were completely dead. However, that was not the main point. The main point was that the aura they emitted was too shocking. There was a faint immortal path aura mixed with it. It was very similar to the immortal path aura he sensed in the space tunnel above Mount Tai. It was the immortal path aura that belonged to experts above the immortal realm. It seemed to be able to crush everything. These people were all experts above the immortal realm when they were alive. He was shocked. The air in the celestial devouring valley was humid. Black fog floated in the air. On the mountain in front of him, several figures were surrounded by the aura of death. Their clothes fluttered in the wind as if they had been standing on the mountain since the untainted age. Suddenly, one of the figures turned his head. It was a withered old man. His eyes were hollow as he looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian trembled. He looked at the old man's hollow eyes. A chill rose from the soles of his feet and rushed to his head. He felt as if he was being stared at by the Grim Reaper. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. At this moment he did not dare to stay. He performed the 9th level of the yin-yang steps to the limit and retreated like lightning. On the mountain, the withered old man watched Lin Tian leave. His eyes were still hollow. He did not move and did not chase after him. Lin Tian swiftly retreated until he could no longer see the withered old man. Only after he confirmed that the other party had not chased after him did he finally come to a stop. He panted heavily, while his heart beat several times faster than usual. He gasped for breath for more than 10 times and then took deep breaths. He only calmed down after a few dozen breaths. Just now, the withered old man was too terrifying. Just by looking at him, he felt as if his divine soul was about to be torn apart. And there were several similar existences in that place, which made him shudder involuntarily. It seems that even as a reincarnated body, I have to at least reach the peak of the immortal realm before I can enter the depths of the celestial valley. Looking at the depths of the celestial devouring valley, he felt somewhat unwilling. However, there was nothing he could do. At this moment, he had to admit that with his current strength, it was absolutely impossible for him to charge into the depths of the Celestial Path Valley. At this moment, he had to retreat. This was because if they tried to force their way in, the only outcome would be death. At this time, he had already retreated to the edge of the Celestial Devouring Valley. He paused for a moment before retreating again, completely leaving the Celestial Valley. Looking from the outside, the Celestial Devouring Valley covered a huge area. Black fog lingered inside, making it look like the underworld. This world is suitable for cultivating. When you reach the peak of Immortal Realm, you can come here to take the sword soul fragment. He muttered to himself. He stood outside the celestial devouring valley and took one last look at the depths of the celestial devouring valley. Then he turned around and walked into the distance. Gradually, he left the immortal devouring valley and entered a large mountain. Ancient trees stood horizontally within the great mountain. Most of them were upright and strong. Their vitality was incomparably strong, and it was unknown just how many years they had been growing for. Roar! The roar of a beast rang out as a black ape stepped out. It had a pair of dragon horns on its head and was about 30 meters tall. The aura it exuded was terrifyingly powerful. The moment it appeared, it pounced towards Lin Tian. Clearly, it was treating Lin Tian as its prey. A dragon ape? Lin Tian was shocked. The dragon ape was an ancient variant species. Its bloodline was extremely powerful. Its physique was tyrannical, and its strength was extraordinary. He had once seen records of such creatures in the demonic beast catalog. It was said to be extremely rare. He never thought that he would actually see one here. The dragon ape's body was huge. It was like a small mountain as it pounced on Lin Tian. Cracks appeared on the ground as it stomped on Lin Tian. In an instant, it was in front of Lin Tian. It was at the Nirvana realm. It reached out its ape claws to grab Lin Tian. Its claws were abnormally sharp. They were like divine swords that directly cut through the void. Lin Tian did not care. He simply raised his hand to meet the attack. With a bang, the dragon ape was sent flying hundreds of meters away. It smashed dozens of old trees before it came to a stop. It then stood up with great difficulty. Its eyes were filled with fear as it looked at Lin Tian. The huge demon could not help but tremble slightly. Apparently, after reaching the Nirvana realm, it had already gained intelligence. It could clearly feel how terrifying Lin Tian was with a simple slap from Lin Tian. With its current cultivation level, it was definitely not a match for Lin Tian. In the future, don't hurt people as you wish. Lin Tian glanced at it, seeing that it was trembling in fear. He did not kill it and continued to walk into the distance. The dragon ape had a strong cultivation and high intelligence. Seeing that Lin Tian had let it go, it immediately bowed to Lin Tian to express its gratitude. Lin Tian walked away with his back facing the dragon ape. However, he could still see what the dragon ape was doing. He could not help but smile faintly. His footsteps were still steady. He walked in the mountain. After about 2 hours, he walked out from the other side of the mountain and walked onto a large road. The road was very wide. There were many cultivators on it. Each of them had a strong vitality. They were all rushing in the same direction. Is that news reliable? Is there really an Empyrean divine pill in that tomb that can allow anyone below the peak of the Empyrean realm to increase their cultivation level? Moreover, there is a powerful immortal realm soul treasure in it. Of course it's reliable. It is said that it was the tomb of a super expert hundreds of thousands of years ago. He was a rogue cultivator. Back then, he was known as the Immortal Emperor. Not only was his cultivation tyrannical, he was invincible under the Eternal Realm. He also obtained more than half of the alchemy canon. He also had extremely high attainments in the path of alchemy. He was a rare person who cultivated both alchemy and martial arts at the same time and achieved great achievements in both. This, not far away, a few cultivators who were very familiar with each other gathered together and walked into the distance, whispering to each other. Their voices were very low. However, Lin Tian, who was walking on the road, still heard them clearly. Empyrean divine pill? Anyone below the peak of the Empyrean realm can increase their cultivation level by a small level? He muttered to himself. Immediately, a glint of light flashed across his eyes. He looked in the direction where the cultivators were walking. Let's go and have a look. He clearly heard the content of the conversation between the cultivators. Among them, the most valuable one was the immortal grade soul treasure. However, he did not care much about it. After all, he had an eternal grade stone book. What he really cared about was the Empyrean divine pill that could increase the cultivation level of anyone below the peak of the Empyrean realm. At this time, he urgently needed to increase his cultivation level and strive to reach the peak of the immortal realm as soon as possible. Then he would go to the immortal devouring valley to get the sword soul fragment. At the same time, he wanted to have the ability to find the big star in the 10 directions, celestial domain in the boundless starry sky as soon as possible. Many of his relatives and friends were on that big star. He had to find it and then go back. He immediately followed behind them and headed to the tomb of the sempiternal realm expert that they had mentioned earlier. P.S. The third update is here. Finally, I have paid back all the overdue updates. I am greatly relieved. Then, thank you for your support. Thank you. For the latest novel updates, please visit the website. Chapter 1389. Lin Tian followed behind a few cultivators at a steady pace. After about an hour, they arrived at a wasteland. The wasteland was not small, and there were sparse yellow weeds. There were many brown rocks on the ground. At this moment, a large crowd had gathered here, and everyone was looking in the same direction. There was a huge pit there, and a stone door could be seen in the pit. It was covered with Tao patterns. Immortal realm Tao patterns. Lin Tian looked at the Tao patterns on the stone door from afar, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. This stone door is a little troublesome. Although the Tao patterns on it have lost most of their power after a long time, it is still very difficult to crack them. After all, this is the mark of an immortal realm expert. The tomb of an expert at the peak of the immortal realm. This is rare. I wonder how many rare treasures there are inside. Many people were discussing among themselves as they stared at the stone door. Boom! In the distance, powerful divine energy surged as a figure walked over. Divine radiance intertwined around his body, and his essence, chi, and spirit seemed very powerful. The saint of the dark night, Saber Pavilion. Many cultivators were shocked. The person who came was dressed in black. His face was sharp and his eyes were sharp. He was like an unsheathed cold saber. It is said that he has reached the half-step emperor realm. His strength is very terrifying. Someone said. Suddenly, the ground rumbled in the southeast. A group of demonic beasts rushed over like a beast tide. The surging demonic chi shocked many cultivators, and their faces turned pale. The Nirvana realm demonic beast at the front had a tall and sturdy man standing on its head. Half of his arm was bare, and he gave off a wild feeling, as if he was the king of all demonic beasts, the god of the manor of 10,000 beasts. It is said that he has cultivated the 10,000 beasts treasured technique to an extremely high level. His cultivation seems to have reached the half-step emperor realm, and he can command 10,000 beasts to fight for him. Some cultivators were shocked. At the same time, outside the wasteland, 7 more figures rushed over from different directions. Each of them had powerful blood chi and emperor aura flowing around them. Each of them was at the half-step emperor realm. The saints of the blood cloud divine sect, primeval element immortal island, 9 sword Tao gate, imperial shaman palace, frigid ice celestial sect, illusionary treasure sect, and blazing mist Tao sect are all here. Many cultivators were shocked. Lin Tian had just arrived on this ancient planet. But when he was searching for information about the celestial devouring valley in the extraterrestrial expert's mind sea, he had also searched for information about the structure of the cultivation world on Xian Ancient Star. Therefore, he was not unfamiliar with the immortal Tao sects and sects that were mentioned. In general, the cultivation world on this ancient planet was divided into 3 levels. The first level was the Xian Divine Sect, the Fan Family of Desolation, and the Xian Luo Immortal Palace. They were like 3 legs of a tripod, standing at the top of the pyramid in this world. The strongest experts in these sects were all at the Eternal Realm. The second level was the 5 major sects in total. They were the He Huan Immortal Sect, Tai Ling Divine Palace, Xian Yin Immortal Pavilion, Qin Kuan Sword Sect, and Li Divine Demon Sect. The strongest expert was at the peak of the Immortal Realm. The third level was the Dark Royal Saber Pavilion, Thousand Beasts Villa, Blood Cloud Divine Sect, Hanyuan Immortal Island, Nine Sword Dao Sect, Imperial Witch Palace, Frost Immortal Sect, Illusionary Treasure Sect, and Blazing Mist Dao Sect. The strongest expert in these sects was at the half-step Immortal Realm. They were the third-level major sects on Xian Ancient Star. Rumor has it that the Saints of the Dark Royal Saber Pavilion and the other 5 major sects are coming. I didn't expect it to be true. After all, this is the tomb of an expert at the peak of the Immortal Realm. Not only is there an Empyrean Divine Pill that can allow anyone below the peak of the Empyrean Realm to refine it, but there are also Immortal Realm soul treasures. The temptation is naturally great. It's normal for the saints of the 9 major sects to come. That's right. I heard that the big shots from the He-Huan Immortal Sect, Tai Ling Divine Palace, Xian Yin Immortal Pavilion, Qingkuan Sword Sect, and the Divine Demon Sect are also coming. What? Is there such a thing? Are you sure? I'm not sure, but the possibility is very high. Many cultivators discussed. Lin Tian casually glanced at the Saints of the Dark Royal Saber Pavilion, Thousand Beasts Villa, Blood Cloud Divine Sect, Hanyuan Immortal Island, Nine Sword Dao Sect, Imperial Witch Palace, Frost Immortal Sect, Illusionary Treasure Sect, and Blazing Mist Dao Sect. His gaze fell on the stone gate of the tomb not far away. These 9 people might be extraordinary among their peers, but they were nothing to him. After all, he was now at the middle stage of the Emperor Realm. Even the strongest cultivators of these forces could not stop him. In his eyes, these 9 people were like weak children. At the stone gate of the tomb, someone was using a special method to attack the stone gate. It seemed like they had been attacking it for a long time. At this moment, a crisp sound was heard. A crack appeared on the stone gate, and then the crack spread in all directions. In the next moment, the stone door shattered into pieces, revealing a dark passageway. "It's open," someone said excitedly. The few cultivators who broke the stone gate were even faster. They shot into the passage in the blink of an eye, like lightning. However, almost in the next moment, the few cultivators who shot into the passage let out shrill screams. At the same time, a roar came from the passage behind the stone gate, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping. The sound was so loud that it was frightening. What's that sound? What's going on? What happened to those who rushed in just now? It seems like something is going to rush out. In the wilderness, the cultivators were shocked. Boom! Intense, rumbling sounds continuously came out from the passage, as if a tsunami was rolling, deafening to the ears. In the next moment, rolling black fog rushed out from the passage behind the broken stone door. It was pitch black, as if endless dark clouds were rushing into the sky. In an instant, the sky was dyed in a layer of pitch black. At the same time, the roars from the passage became louder, and the sound of weapons clashing could be vaguely heard. In soldiers, In-Chi is going to rush out. Of course. I forgot. This is the tomb of an Immortal Realm expert. There must be many terrifying In-Chi inside. Many cultivators were shocked. In the next moment, a loud bang was heard, and the ground shook violently. A group of In soldiers rushed out from the passage behind the broken stone gate. Their flesh was rotten, and their killing intent was soaring. They seemed to have come from hell. Dark In-Chi surrounded their bodies, and their eyes were blood red. They held rusty swords and spears, and they looked cold. These In soldiers are very powerful. Someone said, "They are indeed powerful, but they are just ordinary In soldiers. They are nothing." That's right. Destroy them. Most of the cultivators who came to this place were not weak. They were not afraid of ordinary In soldiers. Many of them attacked at the same time, using their secret skills and swords to kill a large number of In soldiers in the blink of an eye. However, in the next moment, someone screamed and was torn apart by a withered corpse. Blood splattered all over the void. Lin Tian turned his head and looked at the withered corpse. He found that it was a Nirvana realm ghost saint who rushed out with a group of ordinary Yin soldiers. Ah! A scream came from another place. A great Tao realm expert was grabbed by an evil and bitten off his throat. Then his divine soul was swallowed into his stomach. Damn it! There's a ghost saint realm evil in here. Someone screamed. Soon, screams sounded one after another. There were dozens of Nirvana realm evil spirits among the group of Yin soldiers who rushed out. In the blink of an eye, they tore apart many experts. The expression of another group of cultivators changed drastically. A Nirvana realm ghost saint was not something that ordinary cultivators could resist. Boom! Dark Yin Chi swept through the space. In the blink of an eye, more Yin soldiers rushed out of the tomb like an immortal torrent of death that wanted to destroy everything. It was terrifying. Most importantly, there were many Nirvana realm ghost saints among them. Ah! Screams sounded. Many cultivators were killed, and blood splattered everywhere. These cultivators were not weak, and it was not difficult for them to deal with ordinary Yin soldiers. However, this group of Yin soldiers was not ordinary because there were dozens of Nirvana realm ghost saints among them. Ordinary people could not stop them. Retreat! Retreat first! Some cultivators yelled. Most of the cultivators began to retreat. There were many Yin soldiers who rushed out of the tomb. Most importantly, there were dozens of Nirvana realm ghost saints among them. They were very terrifying. If ordinary people fought them head-on, they would definitely die. Humph! A cold snort sounded. It was a little bone-chilling. The saint of the dark night, Saber Pavilion, stepped out. Saber rays appeared around his body, and thousands of Yin soldiers were crushed. Even a few Nirvana realm ghost saints were torn apart. In a flash, he shot into the tomb. Scram! The saint of the manor of 10,000 beasts had a wild look in his eyes. A beast phantom appeared behind him. He rushed forward and tore 5 ghost saints in front of him into pieces. At the same time, waves of Yin soldiers exploded and rushed into the tomb after the saint of the dark night. At the same time, the saints of the Blood Cloud Divine Sect, Primeval Element Immortal Island, 9 Sword Dao Sect, Imperial Witch Palace, Frigid Ice Immortal Sect, Falling Illusion Treasure Sect, and Blazing Mist Dao Sect easily destroyed a large number of Yin soldiers and ghost saints. They entered the tomb one after another. So powerful. Many cultivators were shocked. The ghost saint realm evil spirits seemed to have been killed. It had seemed so. Crush this group of Yin soldiers and rush in. Some cultivators yelled. Lin Tian stood in the distance with a calm expression. At this moment he also moved. He walked on the ground, leaving afterimages with each step. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the broken stone door. He followed the passage behind the stone door and stepped into the tomb. The passage was about 50 feet wide and 30 feet tall. There were many runes on the walls on both sides. There were sword inscriptions and elixir seals. He looked at the sword inscriptions and elixir seals. When his gaze fell on the elixir seals, he was shocked. These are elixir seals unique to the Medicine Encyclopedia. He was shocked. Chapter 1390. Behind the broken stone door, the tomb passage was very spacious. There were many sword marks and elixir seals engraved on the walls. They all carried a sense of vicissitudes of time. No one knew how long they had existed. At least 100,000 years. Lin Tian's eyes fell on those elixir seals. At this time, his eyes could not help but flicker. He was shocked by these elixir seals. In fact, these elixir seals were too familiar to him. They were part of the general principles of cultivation in the Medicine Codex. They were definitely not from other ancient scriptures of alchemy. This, he remembered that he had heard a few cultivators talking about this place. They said that the owner of this tomb was lucky enough to obtain half of the canon of alchemy and then achieved great attainments in alchemy. At this time, when he saw these elixir seals, he could not help but be moved. The canon of alchemy that the owner of this tomb obtained was part of the general principles of the medicine codex? If this is true, when the master apothecary came out of the 10 directions celestial domain, he came to this purple yin ancient star and left some incomplete cultivation orthodoxies in some places. Then the owner of this tomb obtained it by chance? Or the owner of this tomb obtained part of the general principles of the medicine codex in other places in the starry sky and then embarked on alchemy? He was surprised. There were once 9 celestial lords in the 10 directions celestial domain, and they were famous since ancient times. He used to think that the ancient scriptures left by the 9 of them were of the celestial lord level. However, in the past 3 years, during the journey to this purple yen ancient star, he had comprehended the dragon burial scripture and other cultivation methods again and again. However, every time he comprehended them, he would gain new insights. Gradually, he found that his previous understanding was a complete mess. The ancient scriptures left by the 9 of them were extremely mysterious and were definitely beyond the celestial lord level. As one of the 9 celestial lords in the 10 directions celestial domain, the medicine codex left behind by the master apothecary was all-encompassing. Although there were not many elixir recipes recorded in it, the core cultivation methods and some divine abilities were extremely mysterious, especially the general principles of the medicine codex. It was the essence of the essence. It could be said to be the supreme immortal codex on the path of alchemy. Now that he had entered the Zean ancient star and seen the elixir seal in the main outline of the medicine codex, he was naturally moved. He had never thought that he would see the contents of the main outline of the medicine codex here. He looked at the pill seals of the medicine canon and realized that these pill seals had been completely messed up by the tomb owner and were engraved on the walls of the tomb. The sword markings were also scattered. Even if someone saw them, they wouldn't be able to obtain any cultivation methods. Whoosh! Outside of the great necropolis, the sound of something whistling through the air could be heard as a large number of Een soldiers were slaughtered. Lin Tian paused for a moment, then glanced at the alchemy codex and pill seal on the walls of the tomb. Then, without further ado, he followed the path into the depths of the tomb. His speed was not fast, but it was not slow either. In the blink of an eye, he had walked far away. The Een chi in the air gradually became thicker, and the temperature became colder. Caw! An ear-piercing roar sounded, and a ghost claw covered with red hair reached out from the darkness in front of him. The 5 fingers were sharp, ink-black, and as long as chopsticks. Like 5 black killing swords, it grabbed at Lin Tian's throat, causing the surrounding void to distort as if it would collapse in the next moment. Lin Tian did not dodge, nor did he stop. He walked straight forward, and the golden divine light around his body vibrated on its own, rippling like water. Uft. The ghost claw directly shattered, turning into a pool of black blood splattering on the ground. A shrill scream sounded in the Een mist. A pair of ferocious ghosts with blood-red eyes were instinctively frightened and retreated far away. However, as soon as it took a step, its ghostly body trembled violently. After the golden divine light around Lin Tian's body shattered the ghost claw, the force continued to spread through the air and landed on its ghostly body. Immediately, this ferocious ghost directly shattered, exploding on the spot. Lin Tian was not affected by this at all. He continued to walk along the tomb path, encountering a few more ferocious ghosts that pounced at him. They were all shattered by the natural aura around his body. In front of him, the tomb path twisted and turned. Soon, there were a dozen forks in the road, each of which was filled with Een chi. His expression was calm as he casually chose one of the forks and continued to walk deeper into the tomb. As he walked along this path, many ghosts jumped out one by one. There were even emperor-rank ghost corpses, but to the current him they were nothing. They were all killed. In the blink of an eye, he had entered the tomb. More than an hour had passed, and the fork in the path gradually became wider. Mournful screams could be heard coming from the front, one after another. He continued to walk forward. After another dozen breaths, an extremely spacious stone room appeared in front of him. The dozen forks that appeared before all converged here. Looking around, there were groups of ghost soldiers and generals in this stone room. They were crazily killing the cultivators that had barged in. Among them, an evil corpse with purple scales was rampaging. Not only was it killing the cultivators, it was also devouring the ghost soldiers and ferocious ghosts around it. It was incomparably ferocious. An Empyrean rank ghost. Lin Tian looked at this evil corpse and was slightly shocked. He never thought that this tomb would give birth to such an evil creature. However, he did not care about it. After all, with his current cultivation, such an evil ghost was nothing. Ah! In front of him, shrill screams rang out. One cultivator after another met with misfortune. The divine sons and saint sons of the Dark Knight, Saber Pavilion, and 10,000 Beast Villa were all in this place. Even though they were half-step emperors, they were powerless against this evil corpse. They could only barely preserve their lives. A bunch of useless things. You can't even deal with a few ghosts. A voice rang out. On another path that connected to the stone room, a 15-year-old, purple-clothed youth looked at the cultivators in the stone room with contempt in his eyes. His expression was cold and arrogant. Behind him stood an old man in a gray robe. His cheeks were slightly wrinkled, but his aura was as deep as the sea. Half-step immortal realm. Lin Tian glanced at this person. With a glance, he could tell that this person's cultivation was only half a step away from the immortal realm. Inside the stone room, a group of cultivators were currently being attacked by the ghost soldiers and the Empyrean-level evil corpse. Many of them had narrowly escaped death. So when they heard the purple-clothed youth's words, they were naturally furious. However, when they saw the purple-clothed youth's appearance, the anger on their faces quickly disappeared, and a fearful expression appeared in their eyes. Even the holy sons of the Dark Knight Saber Pavilion and the 10,000 Beasts Villa were no exception. The grandson of the great elder of the Divine Palace, Lung Chunxian. Chapter 1391. The Spirit Temple was a second-level force in the Xian Ancient Star. The strongest expert, the Supreme Elder, was at the peak of the immortal realm. His favorite grandson, Lung Chunxian, was naturally well known in the cultivation world. At this moment, many people looked at him with fear. Lin Tian glanced at Lung Chunxian and the gray-robed elder behind him. He did not care and stepped into the stone room, walking toward the innermost stone door. Behind this stone door was the path to the Tomb Master's mausoleum. There were many Tao patterns engraved on it, intertwining with a very powerful force. It was difficult for ordinary cultivators to break through, and they had to be at least at the boundary Emperor realm. There were many Yin spirits and ghost generals in the stone room, and the Yin Qi was very thick. Many cultivators were fighting with the Yin spirits and ghost generals, while some cultivators were fleeing directly toward the fork in the stone room. They were frightened by the Yin spirits and ghost generals in the stone room because the Yin spirits and ghost generals in this place were not ordinary. They were very terrifying, especially the evil corpse with purple scales. It had the battle strength of a heavenly venerable realm expert, and it was invulnerable to weapons and divine power. It was like a killing machine. Lin Tian walked in the stone room. There was a lot of blood on the ground, but he did not care about it and walked at a steady pace. At this moment, with a whoosh, the evil corpse with purple scales pounced toward Lin Tian. Its eyes were terrifying, and its fangs were eerie. It reached out its ghost claws to grab at Lin Tian. Its body was surrounded by a shocking aura of death, as if it was a ghost immortal from hell. Lin Tian's footsteps and expression did not change. He casually slapped the evil corpse. With a bang, the evil corpse was sent flying and crashed into a tomb wall not far away. It could not get up for a long time. Suddenly, the cultivators in the stone room could not help but change their expressions. Even the half-step Emperor realm experts here could not do anything to that terrifying, evil corpse. They could only barely dodge its attacks. But now, it was sent flying by a casual slap. It seems that not everyone here is useless. There is also a capable person here. The purple-robed young man, Lung Chinxian, spoke, his gaze landing on Lin Tian. However, compared to my divine Hall of Titan, it's still nothing. Lin Tian glanced at this person and ignored him. His pace did not change at all. Soon, he arrived in front of the stone door in the innermost part of the stone room. Strands of golden light intertwined in his right hand, and in the blink of an eye, the Tao patterns on the stone door were erased. These Tao inscriptions were originally at the immortal grade and were extremely powerful. However, after a long period of time, most of their power had dissipated. With his current cultivation, he could easily crush them. He raised his hand and pushed open the stone door. Immediately, billowing Yin Qi rushed out from behind the stone door like a tsunami, followed by groups of Yin soldiers and ghost generals. At this time, it was like a torrent of death, crushing towards him. This scene was somewhat terrifying. It was as if the gates of hell were being pushed open, causing many people to involuntarily tremble. Lin Tian's expression was still as usual. Facing the surging Yin soldiers and ghost generals, he took a step forward. Suddenly, a faint golden ripple spread out, like an unstoppable wave of destruction, instantly crushing all the Yin soldiers. Even the pitch-black Yin Qi in the air was annihilated, like ice melting and evaporating after encountering a raging fire. He sent that terrifying evil corpse flying with a raise of his hand and opened the stone door that we couldn't open even after using all our strength. Moreover, with just one step, he sent those Yin soldiers and ghost generals strong. So strong. Who is this person? He looks so young, but his strength is... After the terrifying evil corpse was sent flying by Lin Tian, it could no longer move. The pressure on the cultivators in this place was greatly reduced. Seeing Lin Tian's series of shocking performances, many people could not help but exclaim, their eyes full of shock. Even the divine sons and divine sons of the Dark Knight, Saber Pavilion, and the 10,000 Beasts Villa were no exception. At this moment, their eyes flickered and they were all shocked. Lin Tian did not care about these people's reactions. His footsteps did not change at all as he walked towards the depths of the great tomb. Let's go. Let's follow. Quick. Some cultivators shouted, shattering some ordinary Yin soldiers and following the stone door opened by Lin Tian. They also walked towards the depths of the great tomb. I'm not going, it's too dangerous. I'm not going either. With my strength, I think it's impossible to get anything. Some cultivators looked towards the depths of the great tomb with regret in their eyes. At this moment, they had the intention to retreat and began to walk towards the outside of the ancient tomb. This was because they had encountered too many dangers after entering the great tomb. They were worried that if they continued to walk, they might lose their lives. Of course, most of the cultivators still walked towards the depths of the great tomb, because this ancient tomb was not ordinary. As the tomb of an immortal expert, there must be many treasures inside. These people wanted to try their luck and hoped to get some treasures. Peak Spirit Treasure, Empyrean Divine Pill, they will all belong to this young master. Lung Chinxuan's expression was proud. He called out to the gray-robed elder behind him, and also walked towards the depths of the great tomb. Lin Tian walked in the great tomb, walking at the forefront. The further he went, the denser the Yin Qi in the tomb became. Many powerful Yin spirits and ghost generals rushed out and pounced towards him, but they were all easily wiped out by him. A group of cultivators followed behind him. Everywhere they passed, there was a ground full of Yin soldiers' remains. Many people sucked in a cold breath. Who is this person? These people's hearts palpitated. Although there were many treasures in the great tomb of an immortal expert, it was also very dangerous. Moreover, the further they went, the more dangerous it would be. But now they were following behind Lin Tian, and everywhere they passed by was calm and peaceful. All the terrifying evil creatures were wiped out by Lin Tian. This really shocked these cultivators, and their faces were full of shock. Lin Tian walked at the forefront. Soon, another hour had passed, and they came to the end of the great tomb. In front of them was an even larger stone chamber, which was hundreds of square meters. All kinds of spirit treasures were scattered on the ground, emitting a bright light. These are divine weapons, sacred weapons, and quasi-heavenly treasures. That seems to be an immortal medicine that can prolong one's life for 3,000 years. Dragon scale jade, a divine material used to forge heavenly treasures. This is the main chamber of the tomb. That's right, it must be the main chamber of the tomb. The cultivators who followed Lin Tian here were all shocked. The stone chamber was hundreds of square meters in size, and there was a dazzling array of treasures, Baodan immortal medicine, and divine material used to forge weapons. There was everything here, and these cultivators were all trembling with excitement. That is, a cultivator stared at a jade bottle in the corner of the stone chamber, and his body could not help but tremble. That jade bottle was engraved with 2 seal characters, Empyrean divine pill. Following this person's gaze, the cultivators were all shocked. Lin Tian naturally saw the jade bottle, and a glimmer of light flashed across his eyes. There really is such a divine pill. He was extremely fast, and he took a step forward like lightning. With a wave of his hand, he took the jade bottle and scanned it with his powerful divine consciousness. He found that there were 2 5-colored pills in it. Both were the size of a thumb, and they were intertwined with an extremely vast wave of cosmic origin energy and spiritual chi of heaven and earth. There was also a very shocking wave of Taoist law. It should be right. With my current cultivation, after refining one, I can definitely step into the peak of Empyrean realm. He thought to himself. He had cultivated the complete medicine compendium and was a powerful alchemist. Naturally, he could see that the Baodan in his hand was extraordinary. Seeing this scene, the cultivators who came here were all moved. The Empyrean divine pill could allow anyone below the peak of Empyrean realm to increase their cultivation by a small level. Its value could be said to be immeasurable, and now it was taken away by someone just like that. However, these cultivators quickly came back to their senses. Their gazes were fixed on the other treasures in the stone chamber. They swarmed in and used all kinds of divine abilities at the same time to snatch some of the treasures in the stone chamber. After Lin Tian obtained the Empyrean divine pill, he no longer cared about these things. Even though there were quasi-heavenly treasures among them, they were not attractive to him at all. He moved his gaze and landed on a blue stone coffin in the innermost part of the stone chamber. This coffin seemed to be made of ordinary materials, but it was actually very extraordinary. It was forged from the 1,000-falling immortal stone. This kind of immortal stone was extremely difficult to find, and it was also extremely sturdy. Even a powerful ancestral artifact would find it difficult to damage it. This should be the coffin of the tomb owner. He walked towards the bluestone coffin. It was said that this tomb not only had the Empyrean divine pill, but also a pinnacle soul treasure. He found the Empyrean divine pill in the stone chamber, but he did not find the existence of a soul treasure. Thinking about it, this precious weapon should be placed in the bluestone coffin. This kind of precious weapon was nothing to him now. After all, he already had the stone book, which was an eternal weapon, and the immortal Emperor Pagoda, which was not weak at all. Even so, this was still a powerful soul treasure after all. It was very valuable. He might not need it himself, but he could collect it and return to the 10 directions, heaven domain, to give it to Lin, Shi, Jiyu, and the others. He took a step forward, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the bluestone coffin. The divine power in his right hand shook, and the lid of the coffin was lifted. Inside the coffin, a withered corpse was lying in it. A short sword was placed horizontally on its chest. As the lid of the coffin was pushed open, it suddenly moved on its own, as if it had its own consciousness, and slashed horizontally at Lin Tian. With a clang, the ear-piercing sound of the sword immediately reverberated, causing all the cultivators in the stone chamber to tremble involuntarily. This is a soul treasure. Staring at the short sword, many cultivators were shocked. At the same time, Lung Qinxian and the purple-robed elder of the spirit temple walked over and happened to see the short sword rushing out of the blue stone coffin. Their eyes shone brightly. Clang! The short sword was sharp, and at this time it slashed at Lin Tian with astonishing power. Lin Tian's expression was calm. The short sword's power was very strong, but it did not pose any threat to him at all. He raised his hand, and golden divine power surged, shrouding the short sword. Soon the short sword calmed down. The rumor is true. This tomb really does have a pinnacle soul treasure. This young master's trip here was not in vain. A voice rang out. Lung Chanxian entered the stone chamber and walked to Lin Tian. He stretched out his right hand and said, "Give it to me." Chapter 1392. Lung Chanxian's expression was cold and arrogant. He asked Lin Tian to hand over the soul treasure as if he was ordering his servant. In the stone room, the cultivators saw this scene and couldn't help but be shocked. Lung Chanxian of the Divine Palace of Titan Spirit actually asked Lin Tian to hand over the soul treasure that he had already obtained. He had a condescending attitude and was completely forcing him to hand over the soul treasure. Lin Tian glanced at him and ignored him. He put away the soul treasure and took a step closer to the green stone coffin. Now that he had obtained the spirit treasure and the Empyrean divine pill, he wanted to see if there was anything related to the medicine codex inside the coffin. This was because he saw a special pill seal that only existed in the general outline of the medicine codex. He was very interested in it. He looked inside the green stone coffin. There was a withered corpse lying inside. Although there was Yin Qi and Death Qi on it, there was no ghost transformation. He observed it for a while and didn't find anything related to the medicine codex. He shook his head inwardly, but he didn't care. After all, he had the complete medicine codex. It didn't affect him at all if he couldn't find anything related to the medicine codex in the coffin. It was not a big deal. A faint golden light surged. He closed the coffin again and walked out of the stone room. His main purpose here was to obtain the Emperor's Space divine pill. Now that he had obtained the divine pill and the soul treasure, there was no need for him to stay here. He was going to find a quiet place to refine the divine pill and break through to the peak of Emperor Space. Stop! Didn't you hear what I just said? Lung Chanxian stepped forward and blocked his way. His expression was cold. Hand over the soul sword. At this time, he looked at Lin Tian coldly. Just now, he asked Lin Tian to hand over the soul sword, but Lin Tian completely ignored him. This caused a trace of killing intent to appear in his eyes. Lin Tian didn't even look at him. He walked past him and walked out of the stone room. That Lung Qinxian is completely ignored. Lung Qinxian was very young, and his cultivation level was only at the level of the spiritual sea. He wasn't strong, but his status was astonishing. He was the grandson of the strongest cultivator of the spirit shrine. Few people in the world of cultivation didn't fear him. But now, Lin Tian didn't care about him at all. He had ignored him twice in a row, which surprised the crowd. Lung Qinchuan's face turned even colder. He felt insulted that Lin Tian dared to treat him with such an attitude. "You're courting death," he said coldly. With a swoosh, the gray-robed old man beside him flashed and stood in front of Lin Tian, blocking Lin Tian's way. "Take the soul sword and kill him." Lung Qinxian's voice was cold. There was actually someone who dared to ignore him and disobey him. This was something that had never happened before. We've completely angered that Lung Qinxian. This time, it's over. In the stone room, the crowd looked at Lin Tian and shook their heads. The person behind Lung Qinxian is an elder of the spirit shrine. He's at the half-step immortal realm. Although he's strong, How can he be a match for a half-step Immortal Realm expert? This sigh. Someone looked at Lin Tian and couldn't help but sigh. The gray-robed old man blocked Lin Tian's way. His eyes were deep and his expression was indifferent. He said, "Hand over the soul sword and kill yourself." He looked at Lin Tian. His voice didn't contain much emotion. Obviously, he didn't take Lin Tian seriously. After all, he was at the half-step Immortal Realm. Lin Tian looked at the gray-robed old man in front of him. His expression didn't change at all. He said calmly, "Move." Facing a super expert of half-step to Immortal Realm, he actually has such an attitude. The cultivators were shocked. The gray-robed old man's gaze was indifferent. His voice was even colder. "I gave you a chance to choose how you want to die. It would have been easier for you. Unfortunately, you didn't know how to cherish it." As he said that, he raised his hand to grab Lin Tian. Because of the close distance, the gray-robed old man's hand reached out and pressed on Lin Tian's head in an instant. "He's dead." Many people sighed. However, in the next moment, these people's expressions changed. Lin Tian raised his hand and grabbed the gray-robed old man's wrist. Then he raised his leg and kicked the old man's chest. With a bang, the gray-robed old man was sent flying and crashed into a tomb wall behind him. This is... In the stone room, the cultivators were shocked. The gray-robed old man was a half-step Immortal Realm expert, but now he was sent flying by Lin Tian with a single kick. This made the cultivators' hearts palpitate, and they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This person seems to be much stronger than we imagined. Some of the cultivators trembled. Lung Chenxian was also shocked. However, in the next moment, his expression turned cold again. He looked in the direction where the gray-robed old man was sent flying and said coldly, "Elder Mo, don't be too careless when facing the enemy. Quickly kill him and retrieve the soul sword." The gray-robed old man's surname was Mo. He was well aware of the strength of his opponent. He was one of the strongest in the entire spirit shrine. He felt that the gray-robed old man was too careless and underestimated his opponent. That was why he was sent flying by Lin Tian. Lin Tian was already walking out of the tomb. He didn't want to pay too much attention to Lung Chenxian and the gray-robed old man. However, when he heard Lung Chenxuan's words, he stopped. With a wave of his right hand, he grabbed Lung Chenxian and pulled him over. "Those who want to kill will be killed. Have you ever heard of this saying?" He grabbed Lung Chenxuan's collar and said indifferently. Lung Chenxian was shocked. After being grabbed by Lin Tian, he couldn't help but tremble when he met Lin Tian's indifferent gaze. At the same time, in the distance, the gray-robed old man stood up. He was shocked when he saw this scene. The half-step immortal divine energy surged out immediately. It was so powerful that it was a little scary. He shouted at Lin Tian, "Let go of the young master!" Lung Chenxian was a little scared when he was grabbed by Lin Tian. However, this fear disappeared instantly. "Did you hear that? Let go. If I'm hurt, not only will you die, but everyone related to you will also die." He looked coldly at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes turned cold. He looked at Lung Chenxian with a chilling gaze. "I hate it when people threaten me. I hate it even more when people threaten me with the people around me." His voice was emotionless, and the chilling intent was even thicker. The great tomb shook involuntarily. The temperature in the air dropped exponentially. In the blink of an eye, it was dozens of degrees colder. Everyone couldn't help but tremble. Even the half-step immortal realm gray-robed old man from the divine temple of Titan was shocked by the chilling intent emitted by Lin Tian. He could only feel that his internal organs had become colder. Lung Chenxuan's face was even paler. Facing Lin Tian's cold gaze at close range, he could feel the terrifying killing intent emitted by Lin Tian. The cold arrogance on his face disappeared and was replaced by fear. "Don't do anything rash. Otherwise, my grandpa..." Puff! Lin Tian grabbed Lung Chinchuan's collar and used his divine energy to interrupt him. He directly shattered Lung Chinchuan's words. A bloody mist floated in the air. In an instant, everyone's expression changed drastically. Kill! Kill that Lung Chinxian! This. Many people couldn't help but tremble. Lung Chenxian was the only grandson of the Supreme Elder of the Divine Temple of Titan. Normally, the Supreme Elder of the Divine Temple of Titan doted on Lung Chenxian a lot. It was obvious from the fact that he had sent a half-step Immortal Realm expert to protect Lung Chenxian. But now, someone had killed Lung Chenxian. This is serious. Someone shuddered. The Supreme Elder of the Divine Temple of Titan was at the peak of the Immortal Realm. He doted on his only grandson, Lung Chenxian, very much. Now that Lung Chenxian was killed, how could his grandfather let the matter rest? Bastard! The gray-robed old man roared, his killing intent soaring. He took a step toward Lin Tian, his divine energy surging like the Milky Way. The Grand Elder of the Spirit Divine Hall had arranged for him to protect Lung Chenxian. But now, Lung Chenxian was killed right in front of him. He wouldn't be able to get anything out of this. If the Grand Elder of the Spirit Divine Hall knew about this, he would definitely vent his anger on him. In an instant, the gray-robed old man arrived in front of Lin Tian. He directly used a divine ability to crush Lin Tian. Buzz! A huge millstone appeared, carrying with it the power of several laws. It was very terrifying. Lin Tian's face was cold and indifferent. With a slap, he directly smashed this millstone into pieces. 15 years old and only at the spiritual sea level. Just because you have a powerful elder, you're arrogant and vicious. You think the world is your own. When you grow up, you'll be a big disaster. Kill you to reduce the turbidity of the world. He looked at the gray-robed old man and said, As for you, you're not a good person either. Die with your dog master. He shook his right hand and clenched it into a fist. The Chaos Emperor fist evolved into a divine true dragon about 100 feet long. The terrifying power of the fist was shocking. With a puff, the gray-robed old man couldn't dodge and was directly smashed into pieces. His divine soul was captured by Lin Tian. You! The gray-robed old man was terrified. Lin Tian grabbed the old man's divine soul. The divine transformation talisman appeared, and with a light shake, the old man's divine soul was annihilated. He's dead. How is this possible? That's a half-step to the Immortal Realm expert. He gave it to him so easily. The group of cultivators was shocked. Even the divine sons and saints of the Dark Night, Saber Pavilion, and the manor of 10,000 beasts who entered this place had a strong mental state. However, at this moment, they couldn't help but tremble. Their eyes couldn't help but twitch violently. He killed a half-step to the Immortal Realm expert just by raising his hand. How terrifying was his combat strength! Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. After killing Lung Chenxian and the gray-robed old man, he walked out of the stone room. In the blink of an eye, he stepped out of the stone room and walked out of the tomb along the path he came from. Let's find a quiet place to refine the Void Emperor pill, he muttered to himself. Chapter 1393. Xian Ancient Star was very vast. Lin Tian walked out of the tomb and glanced around before heading in a random direction. Not long after, he left the range of the great tomb and found a cave in a remote green mountain. Here will do. He walked into the cave and set up 9 sealing runes. Then he took out an Empyrean Divine Pill. The Empyrean Divine Pellet was 5-colored, intertwined with astonishing starry sky origin energy and great Tao law fluctuations. It also had a very dense heaven and earth spirit chi, and the medicinal fragrance was very strong. Just by smelling it, Lin Tian felt that all the pores on his body were relaxing. He activated the Heart Sutra of Sunday. After about 10 breaths, his essence, chi, and spirit reached the peak. Then he swallowed the Empyrean Divine Pill. The divine pill melted in his mouth and turned into a warm current that entered his body. Suddenly, the vast starry sky, origin force, and spiritual energy spread out in his body and rushed to every corner of his body. His flesh, bones, and veins started to vibrate rapidly, refined with the starry sky origin force, great path law, and hundreds of other divine materials. The effect is really good. Lin Tian murmured to himself. He had the medicine encyclopedia. Now that he had swallowed an Empyrean divine pill, he could roughly figure out the composition of this Baodan. Buzz! He activated the Heart Sutra of Sun even faster to refine the energy of the Empyrean divine pill. The golden divine light around his body became thicker. In Xian Ancient Star, in a mountain range, there were magnificent palaces connected to each other. They all had a majestic aura. It was the second-level force in Xian Ancient Star, the Temple of Divine Spirit. It was said that the founder of the sect was an Eternal Realm expert who left behind a peak-level Eternal weapon. He was extremely powerful. What? The grandson of the Grand Supreme Elder was killed. A furious roar came from the center of the Temple of Divine Spirit. Terrifying divine power swept through the 9 heavens and shattered the vast sky. In the center hall of the Temple of Divine Spirit, the current master of the Temple of Divine Spirit received the news that the grandson of the Grand Supreme Elder, Lung Chinxian, was killed in a tomb. At this moment, his face was filled with shock and anger as his divine power surged. Who dares to do this? What is Elder Mo, Qinchuan's guardian, doing? God, Lord Calm Spirit's cultivation was at the initial stage of the sempiternal realm. Now that he was enraged, the central hall was nearly shattered into pieces. The only grandson of the Supreme Elder, the strongest expert in the Titan Shrine, had been slain by someone else. It was done by an unknown young man. Chun Xian was killed, and Elder Mo was also. There were a dozen or so other people in the hall. One of them said, his expression was naturally very ugly, "Who would have thought that someone would be so bold as to kill the grandson of a grand elder of the Titan spiritual shrine? How dare you, bastard!" The murderous intent in the temple master's eyes was thick, and he said ruthlessly, "Pass down the order. Tell the 3rd elder, 4th elder, 5th elder, 6th elder, 7th elder, and 8th elder to bring the spirit treasure flame hammer and capture that bastard alive. Once the grand elder comes out of seclusion, he will personally deal with this matter." Their highest elder was in seclusion, attempting to break through to the eternal boundary. Once he succeeded, their spirit temple strength would greatly increase. They would be able to leave behind the Harmonious Union Immortal Sect and the other 3 second-level influences of the Purple Spill planet behind them. They would become the strongest influence beneath the Purple Spill God cult, Desolate Fan Family, and Profound Net Immortal Palace. At this time, the only grandson of the Grand Elder of the Titan Spirit Shrine had been killed outside of the Titan Spirit Shrine. This naturally enraged the Temple Master, and his entire body was shrouded in murderous intent. In the Green Mountain where Lin Tian was, the vegetation was not very special, but it was very lush. In the cave he was hiding in, the golden divine light became even thicker, and his essence, energy, and spirit rose at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, his cultivation was also increasing, and his grand Tao laws were also becoming denser. The Empyrean divine pill was extraordinary. When he swallowed such a divine pill, as the divine pill melted, the starry sky origin energy and heaven and earth spiritual energy that spread out was too vast, enveloping every inch of his flesh and blood. He kept himself calm, and the Heart Sutra of Sun circulated even faster, earnestly refining the power of the Empyrean divine pill. Suddenly, the golden divine light outside his body became even thicker, and the speed of his cultivation also became faster. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Boom! On this day, a majestic force rushed out from his body, and the golden divine light outside his body instantly blazed to the extreme. With him as the center, a strong gust of wind swept out in all directions. Then, in the next moment, he opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light flashed. Peak Empyrean Divine Realm. He muttered. He clenched his fists. At this moment, he could feel the changes in his body. His flesh and blood had become more translucent. His physique had become more powerful. His divine power had become more vigorous. His sea of consciousness had become more vast, and his battle prowess had more than doubled. He said "good" in his heart, and then closed his eyes again, circulating the Heart Sutra of Sun to consolidate his cultivation at the peak of the Empyrean Divine Realm. After that, 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day he opened his eyes again, and his cultivation at the peak of the Empyrean Divine Realm had been consolidated, and it was unshakable. Next, half-step Immortal Realm, early stage Immortal Realm, middle stage Immortal Realm, and peak stage Immortal Realm. I still have to break through 4 small stages before I have a chance to enter the depths of the Immortal Devouring Valley and take out the Sword Soul Fragment. He muttered to himself. Also, there is the heavenly tribulation when I break through to the Immortal Realm. That kind of heavenly tribulation can't be overcome with the stone book alone. I have to find another way. The Empyrean Divine Tribulation, he had relied on the Eternal Weapon Stone book to perfectly overcome it. But the Immortal Realm Heavenly Tribulation was definitely not something that could be solved by an eternal weapon. If he wanted to rely on a weapon to overcome the Immortal Realm Heavenly Tribulation, he would need at least a true immortal weapon or some other powerful means. My head hurts. Thinking of his heavenly tribulation, he really felt that his head was swelling, starting from the Zephyr Realm. Every time he broke through a major realm, he would attract the heavenly tribulation lightning. Each tribulation was more terrifying than the previous one, and each tribulation was more terrifying than the previous one. In the beginning, he could barely overcome it with his own battle strength, but now he needed means that were far beyond the realm he was in to overcome the heavenly tribulation lightning. It really made him a little distressed. Forget it. He sighed. This was the truth, and it was useless to be distressed. It was more practical to think about how to overcome the mortal realm, heavenly tribulation in advance. Jing Jiu stood up and erased the carvings of the forbidding formation in the vicinity. He left the Green Mountain. As he walked, he pondered how he should transcend the heavenly tribulation of the immortal realm. Without realizing it, he had traveled a long distance and entered an ancient forest in the prehistoric times. Boom! Chapter 1394. The girl in purple was very beautiful. She had a slim figure and looked to be about 18 years old. However, her cultivation was not bad. She was in the airborne realm. For her age, it was really amazing. However, the 3-tailed wolf chasing after her was clearly much stronger than her. It had the strength of the peak of the enlightened realm. The difference in strength between the two was truly huge. Facing such a fierce wolf, the purple-clothed girl could only run and cry out from time to time. However, her speed was far slower than the 3-tailed wolf. In the next moment, the wolf was in front of her. The wolf's eyes were red. Its sharp wolf claws cut through the void and grabbed the girl's head. Lin Tian stood in the distance and watched the scene. He moved slightly and stepped toward the girl in purple. In such an ancient forest, an 18-year-old girl was in such a dangerous situation. There was no other person nearby. Naturally, he couldn't just stand by and watch her die. That was not in line with his principles. He was very fast. In just a moment, he appeared beside the girl in purple. He reached out and slapped the 3-tailed wolf. At the same time, a sudden change occurred. The blue gold necklace on the girl's neck suddenly flashed a ray of 7-colored divine light. It swayed like a ripple. It was faster than his speed. It fell on the 3-tailed wolf in an instant. Puff! The 3-tailed wolf shattered in an instant. Not even a drop of blood splashed out. It turned into ashes under the 7-colored divine light. Lin Tian was immediately moved. He looked at the blue gold necklace on the girl's neck. His eyes showed surprise. This blue gold necklace flashed with 7-colored light. Although it was only for a moment, he still saw it and felt an incomparably familiar aura. It was an aura of the same origin as the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. The 3-tailed wolf exploded. The girl in purple let out a long sigh of relief. She patted her chest and walked in front of Lin Tian. She said, "Well, thank you for just now." Although the 3-tailed wolf died because of the blue gold necklace on her body, she also saw Lin Tian's help just now. At this time, she thanked Lin Tiandao. "No need to thank me. I didn't help much." Lin Tian shook her head, but her eyes were still on the blue gold necklace around the girl's neck. She paused and asked, "This necklace of yours?" This necklace had the same fluctuation as the divine sword at the bottom of his sea of consciousness. It was clearly the aura of the sword soul fragment. Naturally, he was very concerned about this necklace. The young girl lowered her head and glanced at the necklace on her neck. She said, "Oh, I think it was forged from a special metal that my grandfather obtained from a divine light in an ancient land. It's for me to protect myself." Lin Tian's eyes lit up slightly as he continued to ask, "Is that ball of divine light 7-colored?" "Oh, that seems to be the case." The young girl said, "That ball of divine light is a bit special. Its aura is not very strong, but it repels everything. It even suppresses the great Tao. Many masters want to get it, but they can't do it. They can't even get close to it." Lin Tian's eyes lit up even more. He was sure that the ball of divine light that the young girl spoke of was definitely the sword soul fragment. The special metal that her grandfather obtained in the past was also affected by the sword soul fragment and changed. It contained a trace of the sword soul's aura, so when this metal was forged into a necklace, it could emit a weak 7-colored divine light. This made him a little happy. He didn't expect to meet an 18-year-old girl in this primitive mountain forest and actually find traces of a new sword soul fragment. "Do you know the specific location of the ancient land where that ball of divine light is?" He asked the young girl, "Can you take me there?" The young girl in purple could see that Lin Tian was a little concerned about the ball of divine light she mentioned. However, she wasn't surprised at all because that ball of divine light was really extraordinary. Anyone who knew about that ball of divine light would be fascinated by it. "I know about it. I've been to that ancient land, but I can't take you there now," she said. "Why?" Lin Tian frowned. "Because that ancient land isn't in this world." The young girl said somewhat gloomily, "It's in the Tongxing Star area." "What?" Lin Tian was stunned. The ancient land where the sword soul fragment was mentioned by the young girl was in the Tongxing Star area? "This is the Zi-Yen Star area. Your grandfather went to the Tongxing Star area from this star area and took you with him?" he asked. This was not the first time he had heard of the words everlasting starfield. Back when he had left the 10 Directions celestial domain, he had encountered 3 Empyrean venerables. They had come from the everlasting starfield and tried to seize his reincarnation source, but he had killed them all. "It's not what you think." The young girl shook her head gloomily. "Then what is it? Besides what I said, there are other reasons why you know so much about the ancient land in the Tongxing Star area and have been there before. With your cultivation, you can't cross the starry sky, right? The only possibility is that your grandfather is strong enough to take you across the starry sky and to the Tongxing Star area." Lin Tian frowned again. "There's another situation." The young girl ground her teeth and said, "That is, I'm from the Tongxing Star area." Lin Tian's eyes flashed with surprise. He vaguely guessed something and said in surprise, "You mean, yes, that's it. I'm from the Tongxing Star area." The young girl gritted her teeth. "I sneaked out and wanted to play, but I accidentally entered a broken relic and stepped on a broken array. Then I was teleported to this broken world." She used the word broken 3 times in a row, which showed how bad her mood was now. Lin Tian was stunned when he heard this. Is what you said true? Hearing such a ridiculous thing, even with his peak Emperor Sky cultivation, he couldn't help but be stunned. Why would I lie to you? The young girl glared at him. Lin Tian looked at the young girl. From the fluctuations of her mind, he could see that she was telling the truth. He was even more shocked and speechless at the same time. From the Tonghung Ancient Starfield to the Xian Ancient Starfield, you really know how to have fun, he said. The young girl was furious. How can you blame me? What can I do? I'm also in despair. From the world she grew up in, she was suddenly teleported to a strange world. She didn't know anyone and was separated from her family. Now, she was very depressed, and the true essence in her body fluctuated violently. Lin Tian, looking at this reckless young girl, he didn't know what to say. To be able to step on a cross-starry sky teleportation array and be teleported from the Tongxing star area to the Xian star area, there was probably no one else. Hey, I have nowhere to go now and I don't know anyone. Can I follow you temporarily? The young girl tugged at the corner of his clothes. Aren't you afraid that I'll sell you? Lin Tian rolled his eyes. In fact, he was a little amused by this young girl's experience and couldn't help but make a little joke at this time. I'm not stupid. I can see that you're a good person. It's impossible that you would do such a bad thing. The young girl said, Lin Tian, all right, follow me if you want, he said. Then remember to take me to the ancient land in the Tongxing star area with the rainbow divine light. He was now alone anyway, so it was naturally nothing to have another person following him. Instead, it would be too boring to have someone to talk to. Chapter 1395. Seeing that Lin Tian agreed to let her follow him, the girl in purple immediately became happier. Although she was still in a strange world, at least she was not alone. Most importantly, she could see that Lin Tian was a good person. Where are we going now? She asked Lin Tiandao. At this moment, standing beside Lin Tian, she already looked like a little follower. Lin Tian walked away. Let's find a suitable place to cultivate. Then he asked the girl in purple, What's your name? Luo Luo Jiang Luluo, the girl said. Then she looked at Lin Tian. What about you? Lin Tian. Lin Tian gave a simple answer. He took Jiang Luoluo and walked out of the old forest after about 4 hours. Soon, they arrived at a spacious plain. At this moment, 6 powerful waves of energy appeared in the distance. 6 figures appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. Half-step immortal rank waves were intertwined around their bodies. Their eyes were filled with cold killing intent. They directly locked onto Lin Tian with their divine consciousness. This is... Jiang Luoluo was shocked. Lin Tian's expression was calm. They're here to find trouble with me. Looking at these 6 people, he felt a familiar aura from them. It was the same aura from the half-step immortal rank, gray-robed old man he had killed in a large tomb. They seemed to have cultivated the same ancient scriptures. They must be from the same sect. They were also from Tai Ling Divine Palace. At this moment, these people must be here for the death of Lung Chenxian and the gray-robed old man. They're here to find trouble with you? Jiang Luoluo stared. They're all half-step immortal experts. What did you do to provoke such a group of people? Can you handle them? The grandson of their great elder wanted to steal the precious weapon I obtained in a large tomb. He even wanted to kill me. He even threatened me with the people around me. I killed him directly. Lin Tiandao said, As for these people you mentioned, they're nothing. They're just chickens and dogs. Half-step immortal experts? Chickens and dogs? Jiang Luoluo glared at him. At the very least, in front of me, they're nothing but chickens and dogs. Or rather, they can't even be considered as chickens and dogs. Lin Tiandao. Jiang Luoluo opened her beautiful eyes wide, facing 6 half-step immortal rank experts. Lin Tian was actually so confident. The 6 of them stared at Lin Tian. They were indeed from the divine temple of Titan. They were the 3rd elder, 4th elder, fifth elder, sixth elder, seventh elder, and eighth elder of the divine Temple of Titan. They had been ordered by the divine Temple of Titan to search for Lin Tian and suppress Lin Tian. Now that they had found him, their eyes were cold. In addition, Lin Tian had called them chickens and pottery dogs. The coldness in their eyes intensified. They were like 6 death gods from the underworld. How dare you lay a murderous hand on the grandson of our sect's grand elder? You damn thing. I'll make sure you never reincarnate. One of them spoke, his eyes cold to the extreme. There's no need to say anything more. Just suppress him and bring him back to the temple. When the grand elder comes out of seclusion, he'll personally execute him. Another person said coldly, it was the 7th elder of the divine Temple of Titan. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved. Half-step immortal rank, fluctuations intertwined. He reached out a divine ability hand seal and grabbed at Lin Tian. With a whoosh, 5 huge cracks appeared in the void. It was a horrifying sight. Lin Tian's expression was calm. Dense dragon marks spread out from the bottom of his feet, forming a huge dragon mark sword and slashing at the person. Clang! The dragon mark sword was incomparably powerful. It sealed the space and forced the 7th elder of the divine Temple of Titan to retreat dozens of zhang. Jiang Luolua was shocked. Just now, Lin Tian said that the 6 half-step immortal experts from the divine Temple of Titan were just chickens and pottery dogs. She didn't believe him. But now, after seeing Lin Tian easily push back the 7th elder of the divine Temple of Titan, she began to believe Lin Tian's words. This guy is actually so powerful, she muttered under her breath. The 7th elder of the divine Temple of Titan stabilized himself and looked at Lin Tian again. His face was slightly ashen and unsightly. At the same time, the other 5 people from the divine Temple of Titan were also shocked. They knew that Lin Tiansha was dead and Elder Mo, who was also a half-step immortal expert, was beside Lung Qinxian. They knew that Lin Tian was strong, and his strength should be stronger than ordinary half-step immortal experts. But when they saw Lin Tianyi push back the 7th elder, they were still shocked. Their eyes flickered. Lin Tian looked at the 6 people and said calmly, Lung Qinxian and his gray-robed guardian deserve to die. Now, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Leave now, and I'll pretend that you were never here. I won't kill you. If you continue to attack me, you'll have to bear the consequences. I can guarantee that none of you will live. His words were calm, but the 6 elders of the divine Temple of Titan's eyes turned cold. Among them, the 3rd elder of the divine Temple of Titan spoke. Strands of Tao light wrapped around his body as he said coldly, we know that you're stronger than ordinary half-step immortal experts. But so what? You're just one person, and there are 6 of us. Do you think you can stop all 6 of us by yourself? No matter how many ants there are, they can't shake an elephant. Lin Tian's expression remained unchanged, and his words were simple. The 6 elders of the divine Temple of Titan's expression turned even colder. Their killing intent intensified, and their Tao light surged. Lin Tian actually dared to look down on them. Insolent fool! Suppress him! Attack together! The 6 of them moved at the same time, casting out their divine abilities at the same time. They attacked Lin Tian from different directions, including Jiang Luoluo, who was standing beside Lin Tian. For a moment, the void distorted and the ground shook violently. Cracks appeared inch by inch, and powerful divine energy filled the surroundings. Jiang Luoluo stood beside Lin Tian, facing the 6 half-step immortal experts. Although she already knew that Lin Tian was strong, she still couldn't help but shrink back. After all, the divine ability secret technique unleashed by the 6 half-step immortal rank experts was indeed terrifying. Lin Tian stood in place, not moving an inch. Golden divine light intertwined around his body, protecting Jiang Luoluo. He looked at the 6 elders of the divine Temple of Titan with a calm expression. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Then, don't blame anyone when you die. His right leg shook and endless dragon marks surged out. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded through the sky. The endless dragon marks converged into 100-jan-long dragon, as if it was real. The dragon swung its tail at the 6 elders. Sizzling sounds echoed continuously. The divine abilities cast by the 6 elders of the divine temple of Titan's 6 elders were all shattered. They coughed out mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying into the distance. Roar! The dragon's roar resounded again. The true dragon, formed by the dragon marks, swooped down. Its head was like a star, shattering pieces of the void and crashing into one of the elders. Chapter 1396. Blood floated in the air. It was a ghastly sight. This is really... Jiang Luolua's eyes widened. A half-step immortal realm expert was killed by Lin Tian so easily. At the same time, the other 5 elders of Spirit Temple were shocked. One of them had been killed in just one move. Such tyrannical combat strength caused the 5 of them to be unable to help but feel their hearts tremble. However, their expressions quickly became ghastly, and at the same time they were shocked and furious. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the 5 of them. It's your turn. Half a month ago, he could easily kill ordinary half-step immortal realm experts when his cultivation base was still at middle stage Emperor Realm. Now that his cultivation base had reached peak Emperor Realm from middle stage Emperor Realm, his combat strength had improved tremendously. It was even easier for him to kill ordinary half-step immortal realm experts. He even had the strength to fight an early immortal realm expert. He stood on the spot without moving. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet spread and gathered to form 100-jang-long true dragon. Roar! The true dragon with dragon patterns roared like a real dragon. Its dragon might was terrifying. The 5 elders of Spirit Temple looked even colder. Their killing intent was boundless. Sacrifice flame hammer together. One of them roared. All of a sudden, rolling divine power gushed out from the 5 of them. The one in the middle took out a bronze hammer that was covered with ancient Tao patterns and divine seals. It was surrounded by burning flames and immediately released a shocking pressure. It was a soul treasure. Kill! The 5 of them shouted. Rumble! The 5 of them activated their divine energy and sacrificed it to the flame hammer. The flame hammer's power instantly soared 10 times. In an instant, the void space collapsed and the temperature in the air instantly rose by several hundred degrees, as if wanting to melt everything. Under the pressure of the flame hammer, it was as if a meteorite was falling, wanting to smash everything in this world into smithereens. Its power was terrifying. This Song Yen hammer is a pinnacle soul treasure. It even contains a strand of the soul source of our sex patriarch. When the 5 of us use it together, its might far surpasses ordinary soul treasures. It is equivalent to a true immortal realm expert's huge hand. Even if you have a soul treasure in that ancient tomb, it will be useless. You won't be able to block this Song Yen hammer when the 5 of us use it. The 5 of them said coldly. Their eyes were cold. They could already tell that Lin Tian's cultivation was at the peak of Emperor Sky Realm. A peak-level Emperor Realm expert might be invincible in the Emperor Realm, but when facing a mortal realm expert, under normal circumstances, he wouldn't even be able to block a single finger. After all, there was a huge gap between the Emperor Realm and Immortal Realm. The gap in combat strength was frighteningly large, and it was far from being comparable to the gap in combat strength of a small realm. Now, the 5 of them had joined forces to activate the Spirit Treasure Flame Hammer, which contained a trace of their sect master's soul force. It was equivalent to a sempiternal realm expert's giant hand, capable of killing anyone below the sempiternal realm. They didn't think that Lin Tian would be able to block it. With a rumbling sound, the Spirit Treasure Flame Hammer slammed down, suppressing everything. We won't kill you now. Your lowly life will be personally dealt with by the Grand Elder." One of them said coldly. The flames on the spirit treasure flame hammer grew denser, and its murderous aura shook the surroundings. Facing the spirit treasure flame hammer, Lin Tian could naturally feel how powerful it was, but his expression didn't change. The true dragon formed from intertwining dragon marks slammed into the spirit treasure flame hammer. At the same time, he clenched his fist, and his powerful physique, combined with the Chaos Emperor fist, punched the spirit treasure flame hammer. Bang! The spirit treasure flame hammer was sent flying, and it smashed into a mountain far away, crushing the mountain. In an instant, everyone's expression changed. The 5 elders of the spirit treasure flame hammer, were shocked. The 5 of them had joined forces to activate the spirit treasure flame hammer, which contained a trace of their sect master's soul force. It was equivalent to a giant hand of their sect master, but now it was sent flying by Lin Tianyi's punch. "No, this is impossible." The 5 of them trembled. They gritted their teeth and activated their divine energy again, calling back the spirit treasure flame hammer that was sent flying by Lin Tian. It was also at this time that Lin Tian made his move. He had Jiang Luoluo stay where she was, and he took a step forward. In an instant, he was several hundred feet away, appearing in front of the 8th elder of the spirit treasure flame temple. He raised his hand and slapped the 8th elder. Puff! Lin Tian's right hand pressed down, and with unparalleled physical strength, the 8th elder was pulverized into pieces. Moreover, he had a divine transformation talisman in his hand, which erased the 8th elder's soul. The other 4 elders trembled, and a chill ran down their spines. They roared and urged the spirit treasure flame hammer to attack Lin Tian. However, Lin Tian's speed was astonishing. In a flash, he appeared in front of one of them, the 6th elder of the Titan Spiritual Divine Palace. With a single punch of his primal Chaos Emperor fist, he smashed the 6th elder into pieces, annihilating both his spirit and body. At the same time, he slapped the spirit treasure flame hammer with the domineering strength of the Chaos Emperor fist, sending it flying several hundred feet away. The last 3 elders of the spirit treasure flame temple were shocked. The person in front of them was strong to such an extent. Lin Tian looked at the 3 elders, and with a wave of his right hand, a sword light flew out. It was one of the great divine abilities of the High Heaven sword scripture. Clang! The sword light was extremely fast, and in an instant it pierced through the forehead of one of the elders, causing him to explode. Of the 6 elders of the Spirit Treasure Flame Temple, only the 3rd elder and the 4th elder were left. At this moment, they were completely shrouded in fear. The 2 of them retreated, and with a roar, they used their great divine abilities to suppress Lin Tian. In the next moment, they rushed into the distance. They ran away. Jiang Luoluo's eyes widened. Lin Tian looked at the 2 fleeing elders with a calm expression. With a slap, he shattered their great divine abilities. Then he took a step forward and appeared in front of them like a bolt of lightning, cutting off their escape route. "At first, I told you to leave, but you didn't. Now there's no need for you to leave. All of you will die here." As he spoke, he cast the divining divine ability. Dozens of divining divine elephants appeared at the same time, all of them exuding a powerful divine might. The 3rd elder and 4th elder of the Spirit Treasure Flame Temple trembled, and the fear in their eyes intensified. Don't kill us." The 2 of them begged for mercy. Lin Tian's expression was calm. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of divining divine elephants pressed down, covering the 2 elders of the Spirit Treasure Flame Temple. The 2 of them panicked, and they used their great divine abilities to resist. Unfortunately, it was just a last-ditch struggle. The dozens of divining divine elephants contained the power to destroy everything. In the blink of an eye, the divining divine elephants shattered their great divine abilities. It was as if dozens of stars had fallen on them, and the divine might was shocking. Pooh! Pooh! The two of them exploded, and even their divine souls were shattered. This place became quiet in an instant. Heavens! 6 half-step immortal rank experts. You actually killed them all so easily. Jiang Luolua's eyes widened. I told you, they're just chickens and dogs. Lin Tiandao. He looked at the flame hammer that had been slapped to the ground in the distance. With a wave of his right hand, he grabbed it and used the 4-symbol seal to erase the imprints of the others before keeping it in his body. This was a soul treasure, and its value was extremely high. Let's go, he called Jiang Luoluo and walked into the distance, preparing to find a place with abundant heaven and earth spirit chi to absorb the star source energy to cultivate. At the same time, he continued to think about how to pass the immortal realm, heavenly tribulation. This was a big problem. Jiang Luoluo followed beside him and poked his shoulder with her slender finger. She looked at him from head to toe and said softly, "Speaking of which, I've seen many Emperor Realm experts, and they're all old antiques who have cultivated for at least tens of thousands of years. You're also in the Emperor Realm, so are you an old man who has lived for tens of thousands of years or hundreds of thousands of years?" Lin Tian directly gave her a knock on the head. "What old man? Do you know how to talk? I'm not even 100 years old. Not even 100 years old? You're not even 100 years old, and you're already at the peak of the Emperor Realm? How is that possible? Who is your master? How did he teach a monster like you?" Jiang Luoluo glared at him. Lin Tian's forehead was covered with black lines. He ruthlessly knocked her head again. Just a moment ago, she was just an old man, but now she had become a monster. Jiang Luoluo covered her forehead that was knocked twice in a row and grimaced in pain. "My mother said that men should have tender feelings for women. Don't talk nonsense." Lin Tian glanced at her from the corner of his eyes and continued walking forward. Jiang Luoluo covered her forehead that was knocked and curled her lips as she followed behind him. Soon, the two of them walked far away. Purple Spill Planet, in the mountains where the spirit temple was located, heaven and earth spirit chi was abundant. What? An angry roar came from a temple in the mountains. The temple master of this branch was shocked and angry, and his eyes were about to spit out fire. Just a moment ago, this person received a report that the soul lamps of the third elder and the other 5 people he had sent to suppress Lin Tian had all been extinguished. This meant that all 6 of them had died outside the temple. How is this possible? Those 6 people had the Zong flame hammer with them. How could all 6 of them be killed? There were 2 other people in the temple. They were the great elder and second elder of this branch. At this moment, their eyes were filled with shock and anger. "Damn it, beast!" the spirit temple master roared. His spirit temple had 9 elders. The great elder and second elder were at the early stage of the immortal realm. The third elder, fourth elder, fifth elder, sixth elder, seventh elder, eighth elder, and ninth elder, who was Lung Chinchuan's Tao protector, Elder Amo, were at the half-step immortal realm. They were the pillars of the spirit temple. But now the third elder to ninth elder were all killed. In the blink of an eye, 7 half-step immortal realm experts had died. This loss was too great. In addition, the grand elder's grandson, Lung Chenxian, had been killed. All these things added together made him furious. The killing intent on his body was like a rolling sea that wanted to annihilate everything. "Great elder, second elder, you too go personally. You must capture that beast alive and sentence him to death." This person roared. Lin Tian led Jiang Luoluo through several desolate mountains in a short period of time. At this moment, they were walking on a main road. Heavenly tribulation. He muttered to himself. He was only a half-step immortal realm expert away from the immortal realm's heavenly tribulation. He had to prepare for it in advance. However, After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't think of a good way to pass the heavenly tribulation. What? The ancient, immortal divine garden is open. I thought no one had the ability to open it. That is indeed the case. No one has been able to open it. However, a few days ago, the invisible barrier around it suddenly collapsed on its own. Now anyone can enter. A large number of experts have already rushed there. It's said that it was the place where an invincible existence in the primordial era comprehended the Tao. He created a peerless thunder technique there. It's said that it was derived from comprehending the heavenly tribulation. There might be the inheritance of that peerless thunder technique in that divine garden. There were many cultivators on the main road. At this moment, some of them were discussing in low voices. Chapter 1397. Lin Tian walked with Jiang Luoluo on the main road. Hearing the discussions of the cultivators on the main road, he was moved. The peerless thunder technique derived from comprehending the heavenly tribulation? Thinking of this sentence, his eyes immediately intertwined with wisps of light. If the rumors were true, then obtaining that thunder technique might be of great use to him in his future heavenly tribulation. Luo Luo, let's go to the ancient, immortal divine garden. He called out to Jiang Luoluo. Okay. Jiang Luoluo replied. She followed Lin Tian, so it didn't matter where they went. There were many cultivators on this road, and they were all heading in the same direction. Therefore, Lin Tian didn't need to deliberately ask about the location of the ancient, immortal divine garden. He didn't even need to think to know that the ancient, immortal divine garden was where these cultivators were heading. He immediately led Jiang Luoluo to follow these people's footsteps. Soon, they arrived before a vast ocean. As far as the eye could see, the ocean was boundless. The waves on the surface of the ocean were turbulent, and at the center of the ocean was a huge island. It was unknown how wide the island was, but it looked very frightening. There were numerous desolate mountains towering on the island. They towered into the clouds, as if they were the backbone that supported the heavens and the earth, giving people an extremely grand feeling. The ancient, immortal divine garden is there! Jiang Luoluo stared at the island in front of her. Lin Tian looked at her expression, and a trace of curiosity arose in his heart. You know this place? Why do you look so familiar with this island? Weren't you sent here from Tonghing Star Zone? Yes, I was sent here from Tonghing Star Zone. The moment I was sent here, I fell directly from the sky onto that island. Jiang Luoluo stared at the big island in the middle of the ocean, and an angry expression appeared on her face. That can be considered a divine garden. That's a demon island. There are savage beasts everywhere on it. There are hordes of Nirvana-level savage beasts, Chaos-level savage beasts, and Emperor-level savage beasts. I almost died there, and it took me a lot of effort to escape. Staring at the huge island in the ocean, Jiang Luoluo gritted her teeth, and her expression was full of resentment. Lin Tian was shocked by her words. You really fell from the sky onto that island? The island on the ocean was called the ancient, immortal divine garden. He had heard from the cultivators that the divine garden was surrounded by a powerful, bounded domain. Since ancient times, no one had been able to break it. Even the founder of the great Xian sect could not do it. However, Jiang Luoluo actually fell from the sky into the divine garden and directly passed through the powerful, bounded domain outside the divine garden? Yes. Then he was chased by a group of ferocious beasts. Jiang Luoluo gritted her teeth, full of resentment and grievance. I'm only in the airborne realm. You have no idea how much I suffered in there when facing such a group of ferocious monsters. If it wasn't for the divine chain that my great-grandfather personally refined for me to protect me, I wouldn't have known how many times I died in there. Lin Tian was even more shocked. Previously, those cultivators said that there was a powerful barrier surrounding the ancient, immortal divine garden that no one could break through. Then, not long ago, that barrier mysteriously disappeared. Could it be that you broke it? Jiang Luoluo glared at him and said angrily, "What are you talking about? Am I that heavy? My figure is very slim." Lin Tian was speechless. He pointed at the blue-gold divine chain around Jiang Luoluo's neck and said, "What I mean is, when you fell from the sky and touched the bounded domain outside the divine garden, the divine chain around your neck might have caused the bounded domain outside the divine garden to collapse." There had been a powerful bounded domain outside the ancient immortal divine garden since ancient times. Cultivators outside were unable to enter it, and it was even difficult for them to see what was going on inside the divine garden. They only knew that there was an ancient, immortal divine garden inside. However, Jiang Luoluo fell directly into the ancient, immortal divine garden. The only possibility he could think of was the blue-gold necklace around her neck, because there was a trace of 7-colored sword spirit power in it. The collapse of the bounded domain outside the divine garden had something to do with the sword spirit power in the divine chain. Is it because of this divine chain? Jiang Luoluo looked at the divine chain around her neck and said, "Oh, it seems like it is very powerful in terms of penetrating bounded domains." Previously, there was also a very powerful bounded domain outside the ancient ruins in the Tonghung starfield. Other powerful cultivators couldn't get close, but I directly walked in. When Lin Tian heard this, he was even more certain that the bounded domain outside the ancient immortal divine garden had collapsed inexplicably because of the blue-gold necklace around Jiang Luoluo's neck. It was the remnant sword spirit aura that caused the bounded domain outside the divine garden to collapse. Whoosh! 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 The sound of the air being torn apart rang out. At this time, groups of cultivators were rushing towards the ancient, immortal divine garden. This was because it was rumored that in the ancient, immortal divine garden, other than the most powerful and valuable, unparalleled thunder technique, there were also many ancient medicines and divine treasures. The temptation was very great. "Come, let's go up too." Lin Tian on Dao stepped towards the divine garden. "Don't." Jiang Luoluo grabbed him and shook her head like a rattle drum. "Don't go. I told you it's very dangerous inside. Fierce beasts are everywhere, and there are even ancient demonic beasts of the eternal realm. The whole place is a dangerous place. There are ancient demonic beasts of the eternal realm and above." Lin Tianwei was shocked. "Yes, I saw 2 of them. They were very scary. If they had attacked me at that time, even with the divine chain that great-grandfather had personally refined for me, I would have died." Jiang Luoluo nodded and looked very serious. Lin Tian looked at the ancient, immortal divine garden from afar. He didn't expect that there would even be fierce beasts of the eternal realm inside. Fierce beasts of this level were really terrifying. They were much more powerful than human cultivators of the same level. However, even so, he still had to go. He wanted to obtain the thunder technique inside. This was because if the thunder technique was really deduced by comprehending the heavenly tribulations, then it must be extraordinary. It would definitely be of great importance to him when he went through the heavenly tribulations in the future. This was too significant for him. "I have to go," he said to Jiang Luoluo. Jiang Luoluo stared at him and then felt helpless. She could see that Lin Tian was really determined to go to the divine garden. "Then let's go," she said, and walked towards the divine garden. Lin Tianyi smiled and patted her head, saying, "Don't worry, I will protect you." As he said that, he thought for a while and said, "Why don't you find a hidden place nearby and wait for me? I will come find you when I come out of the divine garden." "What are you talking about? I am Luoluo, the Luoluo who is open and above board. How can I stay here and watch you go to Savage Island alone? If you don't want to go, then don't go. If you want to go, then let's go together." Jiang Luoluo stared at him. "Your words are quite domineering. However, this has nothing to do with being open and above board. It should be called loyalty, right?" Lin Tiandao. Jiang Luoluo snorted. "It means the same thing." Lin Tian smiled, beckoning her to head towards the divine garden. The divine garden was in the center of the ocean. Even though he was extremely fast with Jiang Luoluo, it still took him a long time to reach the divine garden. After a pause, he directly stepped into the divine garden. Roar! Roar! As soon as he stepped into the divine garden, an ancient and desolate aura immediately rushed towards him. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was also incomparably dense. There were shocking roars of beasts echoing in the sky. When we were outside, we didn't hear any strange sounds. Why are there such shocking roars of beasts echoing the moment we enter? The sounds inside can't be transmitted outside? Lin Tian was shocked. It seems so. Jiang Luoluo shrunk her neck and said, also the beasts inside can't get out. They are restricted to this island by a special force. The roars of beasts shook the sky. Ancient trees were everywhere in the divine garden. The mountains that reached into the clouds were all very majestic and intertwined with a vigorous aura. It was like a wild world. Boom! A hurricane surged in the distance. A huge bird flew across the sky, blocking out the scorching sun in the sky. It cast a huge shadow on the ground. It was very frightening. Lin Tian was immediately shocked. This huge bird was really too huge. When it spread its wings, it was at least several 100 feet long. Celestial Venerable Tier. He was moved. With a boom, a loud sound came from the southeast. A white-furred lion strode forward, directly shattering the ground. Even further away, a snake-like turtle was moving. It was like a mountain. Just a glance was enough to make one's heart tremble. Ah! A scream rang out from a mountain range. Lin Tian looked in the direction of the sound and saw a powerful human cultivator of the great Dao realm dying tragically. He was grabbed by a vicious eagle and torn to pieces before being swallowed into its stomach. No! Save me! Ah! The screams continued to reverberate. The barrier outside the divine garden shattered, and many cultivators entered the divine garden. At this moment, screams could be heard coming from the mountain ranges inside the divine garden. One cultivator after another died in the mouths of the ferocious beasts in the divine garden. In the blink of an eye, the divine garden was filled with the strong smell of blood. In a short moment, at least several 100 people had died. Is this the divine garden or the demon realm? Lin Tian's eyes flickered. Cultivators died tragically one after another. Blood splattered everywhere. The scene was quite tragic. I already said that this is no divine garden. It's clearly a demon realm. Jiang Luoluo ground her teeth. She had a lot of complaints about this ancient, immortal divine garden. With a boom, in the sky, the celestial venerable level bird that they had seen at the beginning swooped down. Its wings, which were several 100 feet long, flapped, creating a fierce hurricane that directly shattered a large part of the void. It clearly saw them as prey. Lin Tian pulled Jiang Luoluo over and used the golden light to protect his body. He instantly moved several 100 feet away, avoiding the celestial, venerable level bird. Aren't you at the peak of the Emperor realm? You can kill a celestial, venerable level demon beast with a single strike. Why are you running? Jiang Luoluo was curious. There are too many fierce beasts nearby. If I directly attack and kill it, it might attract the attention of all the other fierce beasts nearby. It won't do us any good. In this situation, I'll try not to attack if I can. Lin Tian on Dao. To read the latest novel, please visit the website. Chapter 1398. Huh. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Jiang Luoluo was surprised. I thought you were strong, but I didn't expect you to be so smart. Do you think I'm like you? You're not that strong, only at the flight realm. You're not very smart, but you can fly from the Tongheng starfield to the Xian starfield with a teleportation formation. Lin Tian looked at her from the corner of his eyes. You! Jiang Luoluo was embarrassed and angry. She was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Damn you! Lin Tian laughed. When he was alone, it felt good to have someone to bicker with. it was not so boring. He took Jiang Luoluo to avoid some fierce beasts and walked in the ancient, immortal divine garden, looking for traces of the thunder technique. Where exactly is it? He said to himself. As far as the eye could see, this ancient, immortal divine garden was truly vast. The mountain ranges were connected to each other, as if it was a boundless domain that had existed since ancient times. To find a thunder technique without any clues in this place was truly difficult. We don't even know if the legend is true. What if it's fake? It'll be a waste of effort to find it for decades. Jiang Luoluo said. Lin Tian gave her a knock on the head. Don't extinguish other people's hopes when they're working hard. Jiang Luoluo covered her forehead. It was so painful that she almost cried. The two of them walked in the divine garden, trying their best to avoid some ferocious beasts. Lin Tian spread out his powerful emperor-level divine consciousness to scan the surroundings, looking for any strange places. Such places could very well be the place where the thunder spell was. Deafening beast roars echoed in the ancient, immortal divine garden. Sometimes there would be a strong hurricane, which was caused by some giant beasts flapping their wings. That's an elixir that can prolong life. It can prolong life for 2,000 years. Divine jade, a divine material used to forge heavenly treasures. Fruit of truth. Anyone in the enlightenment realm can increase their cultivation by a small level after refining it. The ancient, immortal divine garden was extremely dangerous. Ferocious beasts were everywhere, but it had to be said that there were indeed many treasures. At this time, the cultivators in the mountains would occasionally cry out in surprise. Many people had discovered treasures and were frantically fighting over them. Lin Tian brought Jiang Luoluo to search for clues about the thunder art. Along the way, he also saw many precious things. There was a divine medicine that could extend one's life by 5,000 years, and there was a celestial lingjing that weighed more than 500 kilograms. He directly grabbed them and placed them into his stone ring. Soon after, the two of them walked quite a distance. The ancient trees around them were even more tall and straight, and the mountain range was even more majestic. The demonic energy in the air was even thicker. Boom! A demonic wind blew in front of them. A giant bird, wrapped in flames, flew out from a cliff. It looked like a legendary fire phoenix, causing the space to distort as if it was going to be melted in the next moment. Lin Tian was moved. This was a primordial mutated species. It was recorded in the demonic beast catalog that it was called the fire-winged bird. It was an emperor realm and was comparable to a half-step immortal realm human expert. This ancient immortal divine garden has existed since the primordial era. After countless years, no one has disturbed it. The mutated beasts that were born on it have grown to a terrifying level. He muttered to himself. He looked at the location where a few cultivators were gathering. They were all staring at the giant bird's nest at the top of the cliff. That old fire bird has already left. There are 3 young birds in the nest. Let's take them away as quickly as possible and then discuss how to distribute them. The leader said. The fire-winged bird was a primordial, mutated species. Once it reached adulthood, its cultivation would be comparable to a great virtue realm expert. It could even spit out strange flames that were comparable to the essence of fire of the sun. It was extremely powerful. If they could find a young fire-winged bird and tame it until it grew up, they would have a powerful primordial mutated species as their battle beast in the future. This was something that could only be chanced upon and not sought. The others nodded in agreement. They moved very quickly and arrived beside the fire-winged bird's nest in the blink of an eye. There were 3 young fire-winged birds in the nest. When they saw the group of people approaching, they were instantly alarmed. They chirped and spat out scorching flames from their mouths. Take them away and leave quickly. One of them said. The group of people nodded and grabbed the 3 young birds in the nest. Lin Tian watched this scene from afar and couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. The strongest among these cultivators was only at the immortal connecting realm. Yet they actually had their eyes on the descendant of an emperor-level ferocious bird. Their courage was truly extraordinary. It was also at this moment that a long cry rang out in the distant sky. Blazing flames burned half the sky. The old fire-winged bird, who had left, flew back at this moment. When it saw the few human cultivators attacking the young birds, it directly spat out a mouthful of flames. "This is bad. Let's go." The expressions of the cultivators changed. They leaped out of the nest and quickly fled. However, the flames that the fire-winged bird spat out were too fast. They instantly burned the void and enveloped the cultivators. The cultivators screamed in agony as they were burned to ashes on the spot. So scary. Jiang Luoluo shrunk her neck. "It's at least at the emperor level. This is nothing. Lin Tiandao." He looked over there and called out to Jiang Luoluo. They walked into the distance. However, in the next moment his expression changed. From the corner of his eye, he saw that at the cliff where the cultivators were burned to ashes, an ancient vine outside the cliff had shattered, revealing a stone wall. There were many ancient runes on it. That is. He stopped and looked at the ancient runes on the stone wall. He immediately felt a shocking Taoist rhyme. He couldn't recognize that Tao, nor did he know what kind of Tao it was. However, he could vaguely sense a vigorous, thunderous force from those ancient runes. That thunderous force was extremely similar to the force of heavenly tribulations, thunder punishment. He pulled Jiang Luoluo and approached the stone wall in an instant. He looked at the ancient runes on it at close range. At this moment, looking at these ancient runes at close range, he felt an even more shocking lightning punishment force. These ancient runes seemed to be deducing an ancient scripture. They were extremely domineering, as if they were going to shatter heaven and earth. It made one's heart tremble. Boom! A demonic wind swept out. It was very violent. On the other side of the cliff, the old fire-winged bird had just killed a few humans. When it discovered that there were more humans, it immediately became even more furious. Its bird eyes were extremely cold. Its two sharp claws grabbed at Lin Tian and Jiang Luoluo, wanting to tear them apart. The surrounding void immediately crumbled. Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped out. He directly slapped the old fire-winged bird thousands of feet away, smashing dozens of old trees in a row. Roar! The old fire-winged bird soared into the sky. It was both shocked and furious. Raging flames rolled and spat out a sea of fire towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian waved his hand. Golden pure yang flames swept out, directly burning the sea of fire spat out by the old fire-winged bird. "Don't get in the way. I won't have any ideas about your children, nor will I do anything to you. Don't disturb me," he said with his back to the old fire-winged bird. His gaze was always on the stone wall in front of him, comprehending the special ancient runes on it. The old fire-winged bird's eyes were filled with shock. It was now at the Emperor realm, comparable to a human half-step immortal expert. Its battle strength was extremely powerful. The flames it spat out could burn everything. It was equivalent to its innate divine ability. However, now, a human's flames had completely burned away its innate divine ability in the blink of an eye. It was truly shocking. It looked at Lin Tian from afar. In the end, it didn't attack again. It flew back to its nest to protect its chicks. It looked coldly at Lin Tian in the nest. Then, it looked at the ancient runes on the stone wall. A strange light flashed in its eyes. Lin Tian ignored the fire-winged bird. He stared seriously at the ancient runes on the stone wall in front of him. These ancient runes were very crude, but extremely complex. They contained endless lightning power, as if they were nurturing the power of heavenly punishment. This is a lightning technique. Could it be that this was casually carved by that peerless being when he created this technique? His eyes flashed. These crude ancient runes here couldn't be directly cultivated. but the lightning power contained within was extremely terrifying. It was the purest offensive saint technique. It was extremely terrifying. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his clothes. Jiang Luoluo trembled. Her aura became extremely chaotic, and blood flowed out of her mouth. "What's wrong with you?" Lin Tian was shocked. He glanced over and found that Jiang Luoluo's aura was almost extinguished. He hurriedly used the nirvana of the sun to envelop Jiang Luoluo and heal her. He then found that Jiang Luoluo was inexplicably seriously injured. Her soul was covered in cracks, and her life source was extremely dim. It was almost about to shatter. He was a little confused and circulated the nirvana of the sun even faster. Even with his cultivation at the peak of the Emperor realm, it still took him dozens of breaths to heal Jiang Luoluo's injuries and restore her essence, qi, and spirit by more than half. "What's going on?" He frowned and asked. Standing in this place, nothing had happened, but Jiang Luoluo was suddenly so seriously injured. She was only one step away from death. This really made him feel very strange. Jiang Luoluo's injuries were healed by Lin Tian. Her face was pale, and her body couldn't help but tremble. She was almost clinging to Lin Tian. She grabbed the corner of Lin Tian's clothes with one hand and pointed at the stone wall engraved with complicated ancient runes with the other. That thing, I only saw a few ancient runes and... She buried her face in Lin Tian's body and pointed at the ancient runes on the stone wall. At this time, she didn't dare to look at them anymore. Lin Tian was shocked. Jiang Luoluo was suddenly so seriously injured because she saw the ancient runes on the stone wall. He was clearly fine, but he felt a trace of enlightenment. He thought for a moment and said, "It should be because the power contained in those ancient runes is too strong. With your current cultivation, it's not enough to support you to observe and comprehend them. In heaven and earth, runes and marks left behind by some supreme masters usually contained very powerful Tao power and would not dissipate for a long time. Those whose cultivation was too weak might hurt themselves if they looked at these runes." Jiang Luoluo shook her head. No, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with cultivation," she said. "Those ancient runes are repelling my soul and my life source." "What?" Lin Tian frowned. He could observe and comprehend these ancient runes, but Jiang Luoluo, who was also a human like him, couldn't? She was repelled? Chapter 1399. Lin Tian tilted his head to look at the old firing bird and was immediately moved. The old firing bird was clearly in the same situation as Jiang Luoluo just now. He paused for a moment, then took a step forward. Chirp, chirp. Within the firewing bird's nest, the three hatchlings saw Lin Tian approach and were immediately shocked, crying out even more frantically. At the same time, the old firewing bird's mouth was bleeding. It struggled to glare angrily at Lin Tian, its eyes full of wariness and hostility. It looked like it was about to attack, but the demonic energy outside its body became even more chaotic, and it could not help but cry out again. "I won't harm you. On the contrary, I'm here to help you. However, I'm a little concerned about your situation, and I want to take a look." Lin Tian said quickly. The old firing bird's current state was the same as Jiang Luoluo's, so he was very curious. The old firewing bird stared at Lin Tian, its eyes uncertain, but its hostility eventually dissipated. It was not that it trusted others easily, but because it had just fought with Lin Tian, it knew very well that it was no match for Lin Tian. Coupled with the fact that it was severely injured at the moment, if Lin Tian really wanted to deal with it, it would be a piece of cake. There was no need to lie to it. Lin Tian saw that the old firewing bird's hostility had disappeared, and only then did he truly approach it. He activated the nirvana of the sun, and a divine light like blood-red flames enveloped the old firewing bird, helping to heal its injuries. At the same time, he used his consciousness to explore the old firewing bird's body. He found that the old firewing bird's injuries were the same as Jiang Luoluo's. Its soul was full of cracks, and its origin was much dimmer. You were also looking at the ancient inscriptions on the stone wall, and your soul and origin were both repelled. So you suffered a backlash? He asked. With the nirvana of the sun, the old fire-winged bird's injuries were mostly healed in the blink of an eye. The old fire-winged bird was a little surprised by Lin Tian's strength. It had suffered such heavy injuries, but Lin Tian was able to heal most of them so quickly. It was truly terrifying. At the same time, it was very grateful to Lin Tian for healing it. Therefore, it did not evade Lin Tian's question. It replied with its consciousness, indeed. Lin Tian frowned when he heard this. While treating the old fire-winged bird, he looked at the ancient runes on the stone wall. Jiang Luoluo, who was at the flight level, had been injured from looking at those ancient runes. The old fire-winged bird, who was at the emperor level, had also been injured from looking at those ancient runes. Both of their spiritual souls and origin energies had been repelled, which made him feel puzzled. Why was he not repelled? Like I said, how is this lousy island a divine garden? It's clearly an ominous territory. I almost died just from looking at a few ancient runes. Jiang Luoluo saw that Lin Tian and the old fire-winged bird weren't fighting and seemed to be on good terms, so she also stepped over. Lin Tian frowned. The old fire-winged bird's injuries had already healed by 90% due to the solar nirvana art. He no longer used this healing saint art. He looked at the ancient runes on the stone wall and said, "But why am I completely fine?" "Because you're a monster, a perverted monster." Jiang Luoluo muttered. Lin Tian raised his hand and knocked her. "What do you mean by monster? Do you know how to talk?" Reaching the peak of the emperor level in less than 100 years of cultivation and killing a half-step immortal with a raise of his hand. If you're not a monster, then what are you? Jiang Luoluo argued. Lin Tian knocked her again. "Can't you use geniuses and prodigies to describe me? My master is called a prodigy." On the side, the old fire-winged bird's emperor realm body trembled involuntarily as it listened to their conversation. It looked at Lin Tian with even more shock. This human was at the peak of the emperor realm, but he had not even cultivated for 100 years. Moreover, he could kill a half-step immortal with a raise of his hand. There's a mysterious ancient rune there. It's a bit special. It seems extraordinary. Could it be a Tao mark left behind by an ancient sage? Possibly. Let's go closer and take a look. Many cultivators entered the divine garden. At this time, many cultivators saw the strange ancient runes on the other side of the cliff. Most of them were moved, and in the blink of an eye, a large group of cultivators came closer to study them. "Hey, don't look, there's danger," Jiang Luoluo warned loudly. Many cultivators heard the voice and looked over. Their gazes landed on Jiang Luoluo. Many people's eyes flashed with surprise because Jiang Luoluo was indeed very beautiful. She was like a pearl on a pedestal. Very few people were unmoved. However, in the next moment, when these people saw the old fire-winged bird next to them, they all trembled. They could clearly feel the terror of the old bird. The demonic energy emitted from its body was as vast as the ocean, frighteningly deep. These cultivators were shocked. They recognized the old fire-winged bird as an ancient variant and couldn't help but become more curious about Jiang Luoluo. This woman was actually standing in front of such a terrifying ancient variant. As for the strongest person there, Lin Tian, these people weren't that surprised. Most of their gazes fell on the old fire-winged bird and Jiang Luoluo. The old fire-winged bird was in a huge nest at the top of the cliff. It looked coldly at these approaching human cultivators, appearing very quiet. In fact, if it were before, it would definitely drive these people away. However, because Lin Tian had helped it heal its injuries, it couldn't help but feel less hostile toward humans. So it didn't do anything now. When the approaching cultivators saw that the terrifying old fire-winged bird wasn't going to attack them, their fear wasn't strong. A cultivator said politely, We'll leave immediately after we finish comprehending the ancient runes on the stone wall. Yes, 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 we'll leave immediately after we finish comprehending these ancient runes. Another cultivator echoed. These people were mainly afraid of the old firing bird because they could feel the terrifying demonic aura on its body. After saying that, these people immediately began to seriously comprehend the ancient runes on the stone wall. Hey, don't look, it's really dangerous, Jian Luo reminded them. However, this reminder was obviously useless. These people didn't believe that comprehending the ancient runes would be dangerous, and they all studied even more seriously. Moreover, gradually, more cultivators came closer and stared at the ancient runes, seriously comprehending them one by one. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed, and many cultivators who were comprehending began to tremble. Ah! Someone screamed and fell from the void. Soon after, even more people screamed, and the auras they emitted instantly became incomparably chaotic. A few weaker cultivators screamed, and their life aura quickly disappeared. Their bodies were still there, but their souls were shattered. Don't look. It's really dangerous. Some of the cultivators who came closer shouted. The group of cultivators closest to the stone wall suffered a great disaster. Many people's souls shattered in the blink of an eye, and they directly fell to the ground and couldn't get up. In an instant, more than half of the people who were comprehending the ancient runes died, tragically. Only a small number who stopped in time because they didn't see enough of the ancient runes barely kept their lives. However, their souls and essences were obviously damaged, and their auras were much weaker. Lin Tian stood on the other side of the cliff and watched this scene. His eyes were filled with shock, and his brows furrowed again. These people seemed to be in the same situation as the Imperial Realm Jiang Luluo and the Emperor Realm Old Firewing. They couldn't comprehend the ancient runes, and their souls and life essences seemed to be rejected by the ancient runes. This made him even more curious. From the situation, it seemed that he was the only one who could comprehend these ancient runes. How could this be? Stay away! Many people were executed by the stone wall, and the cultivators all stayed away from the stone wall with the ancient runes as if they were avoiding snakes and scorpions. However, the commotion here attracted even more cultivators, and there were many powerful figures among them. In particular, a few figures walked over from the southeast, causing the cultivators here to be incomparably fearful and full of reverence. These figures were all dressed in extraordinary clothes, and all of them had powerful essence, chi, and spirit, especially the middle-aged man in the middle. He was like a pitch-black abyss, giving people a feeling that they couldn't see through him. That's someone from the Fan family of the primordial era. The experts of this lineage have also come to this divine garden. Are they here for the legendary Peerless Thunder technique? The one in the middle is Fan Jingye. He's the younger brother of the Fan clan's patriarch. It's that person. I heard that he's reached the immortal realm. Many cultivators were discussing. Looking at the middle-aged man in the middle of the Fan clan's group, the fear in their eyes was very strong, and there was a trace of a strange light in their eyes. Many people retreated, distancing themselves from this person. It was because this person was not a benevolent type. He was lustful to begin with, and was extremely cruel. It was unknown how many women he had harmed. However, his cultivation was extremely powerful, and he had the great banner of the Fan family behind him. There was really no one who could do anything to him. The Fan clan's group walked to the center. Fan Jingye was in a purple robe, and there was an evil smile on his face. What happened here? Fan Jingye asked casually. There's a stone wall at the cliff, and there are many ancient runes carved on it. However, you can't comprehend them, and if you do, you'll suffer. A black-robed man from the Fan clan beside him answered. Oh, are you sure? I'm sure. The black-robed man from the Fan clan nodded. Although he had not been here for long, he already knew a lot of things. Oh, interesting. Fan Jingye narrowed his eyes and looked at the stone wall in front of him. At the same time, he could not help but see Lin Tian and the others on the other side of the cliff. His eyes immediately fell on Jiang Luoluo, and there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. He had cultivated for so many years and had captured many women, but this was the first time he had seen such a beautiful woman. "Bring her here." He stared at Jiang Luoluo and said to the person beside him. The black-robed man from the Fan clan beside him nodded and walked directly to Lin Tian and the others. In the blink of an eye, he was close to them. This person was in the Nirvana realm, and he did not care about Lin Tian and the old fire-winged bird at the Emperor realm. As if he did not see them, he directly bound Jiang Luoluo with a ray of divine light and took her away. Obviously, he had done this many times, and his movements were very skilled. "What are you doing?" Jiang Luoluo said angrily. This person walked over and bound her with a ray of divine light and was about to take her away. She was furious. Lin Tian stood at the side and did not say a word. He lifted his leg and kicked the black-robed man. Chapter 1400. Blood floated in the air as the black-robed man was sent flying several hundred feet away. He coughed up blood, and his body was covered in cracks. "You dare attack me?" He glared at Lin Tian. As a member of the Fan family, he had followed Fan Jingye, the younger brother of the immortal rank patriarch of the Fan family. He had done far too many things, like kidnapping young girls for Fan Jingye. No one had ever dared to do anything to him. Even if the friends of the kidnapped girls were nearby, and even if they were far stronger than him, they wouldn't dare to resist him. That would mean making an enemy out of Fan Jingye and the Fan family. The Fan family was a superpower that had existed since the primordial era. Their patriarch was a true immortal, and it was said that he had ascended to the celestial realm. He had left behind a true immortal weapon to guard the family. He was a true overlord of the primordial era. Who in this land would dare to provoke him? Never. Therefore, even though he saw Lin Tian and the old fire-winged bird beside Jiang Luoluo, he didn't care at all. He walked up to Jiang Luoluo, completely ignoring the old fire-winged bird and Lin Tian. However, he didn't expect Lin Tian to send him flying with a kick, almost taking his life. "You're courting death," he shouted, glaring at Lin Tian. Lin Tian wiped away the divine light that bound Jiang Luoluo, then raised his hand and flung out a beam of golden sword light. The sword light was so fast that it pierced through the black-robed man and sent him flying several thousand feet away. He was nailed to a mountain in the distance, blood gushing out. The black-robed man screamed like a pig being slaughtered. The pain was bone-chilling. At the same time, the nearby cultivators' faces paled and they all trembled. He's attacked a member of the Fan family twice. And it's one of Fan Jingye's followers. Someone's heart trembled. Fan Jingye was famous for his ruthlessness, and his cultivation was terrifying. Offending one of Fan Jingye's followers was not going to end well. In the distance, Fan Jingye's gaze fell on Lin Tian. He narrowed his eyes and ordered the 3 people beside him, "Go, take his head and bring that woman back." There was actually someone who was not afraid of his reputation and dared to stop his people from bringing back a woman for him. This was the first time this had happened. Beside him, 3 members of the Fan family nodded and walked towards Lin Tian. These were 3 emperor-level cultivators. Their blood chi was extremely dense and much stronger than the black-clothed man from before. Their expressions were indifferent as they walked towards Lin Tian, not bothering to hide their killing intent. The old fire-winged bird sat in its nest and stared coldly at the 3 members of the Fan family who had surrounded Lin Tian with their killing intent. Even though it knew that Lin Tian was very powerful, it still let out a low cry. A vast demonic aura immediately spread out and shook the sky. Lin Tian had helped it heal its injuries just now. Now that the 3 of them had tried to attack Lin Tian, a cold glint appeared in its eyes. The 3 members of the Fan family stopped in their tracks. Under the majestic demonic aura of the old fire-winged bird, their bodies involuntarily trembled. However, this only lasted for a moment. In the next moment, the expressions of the three people became cold and indifferent again. This has nothing to do with you. I advise you not to make a mistake. One of them said coldly to the old fire-winged bird, although you are very powerful, the Fan family is not something you can provoke. There are many people in the Fan family who can kill you. With that, this person and the other two members of the Fan family stepped forward again and walked towards Lin Tian. They were indifferent and unscrupulous, too arrogant. Jiang Luo gritted her teeth. Lin Tian looked at the three of them calmly. Don't say that I didn't warn you. Put away your killing intent. Whoever dares to take another step forward will die, he said. The three members of the Fan family were stunned, but their eyes were still cold. Don't think that you can deal with us just because you injured a Nirvana-level cultivator. We are not Nirvana-level cultivators. Besides, who do you think you are? How dare you mention the word die in front of the Fan family? Just this word alone is enough to wipe out your entire family. One of them said coldly. Facing Lin Tian, they did not stop at all. Their killing intent did not diminish at all. Instead, it became stronger. Lin Tian did not say anything else. He waved his hand, and 3 rays of sword light flew out, shattering the great void on the spot. The sharp sword power caused the 3 of them to change their expressions. You, puff, puff, puff. 3 rays of blood. Mist exploded. The 3 Emperor-level cultivators from the Fan family were crushed on the spot. Their physical bodies and souls were destroyed. Instantly, everyone's expressions changed. Dead. 3 Emperor-level cultivators, and he just raised his hand but they are from the Fan family. They are direct descendants of the Fan family who follow Fan Jingye. Many cultivators were shocked. They were not only shocked by Lin Tian's powerful strength, but also by Lin Tian's killing of the 3 men. They were direct descendants of the Fan family who follow Fan Jingye, but Lin Tian killed them so easily. Fan Jingye stood in the distance and stared at Lin Tian. A sinister light flashed in his eyes, and a majestic aura spread out. This aura was extremely terrifying. It carried the divine power of the mortal level, and it caused all the cultivators in the area to tremble. Immortal level. He really is at the immortal level. That Fan Jingye is going to do it himself. Feeling the domineering aura from Fan Jingye, many cultivators were frightened. Their eyes were filled with fear. Even the old fire-winged bird, who was at the Emperor level, could not help but tremble. After all, the aura of the immortal level was really terrifying. Fan Jingye's eyes fell on Lin Tian. His aura was like a galaxy, and he walked toward Lin Tian step by step. How dare you stop me from doing my thing and kill the people of the Fan family? You are quite bold. You are the first to dare to do such a thing. Swoosh! The sound of air being torn apart resounded as Lin Tian's figure appeared before him like a bolt of lightning, directly interrupting him. Fan Jingye was shocked by Lin Tian's sudden appearance. He did not see Lin Tian's movements clearly. You slap! A loud slap was heard. Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped Fan Jingye's cheek, shattering the void. Immediately, drops of blood fell from the sky. Fan Jingye was sent flying and tumbled thousands of miles away. He crashed into a mountain thousands of feet away and shattered it. What? He sent that Fan Jingye flying. That's an immortal level cultivator. How is it possible? Everyone's expression changed again. The old fire-winged bird and Jiang Luo were also shocked. An immortal level cultivator was sent flying by Lin Tian's slap. Moreover, they were standing next to Lin Tian just now. They did not see how Lin Tian moved at all. Boom! Thousands of feet away, divine power rolled. The immortal level Fan Jingye rushed up. His majestic immortal aura spread in all directions. At this moment, he stared at Lin Tian again. His eyes were extremely sinister. He was an immortal level cultivator, the younger brother of the Fan family leader. How could he be slapped in front of everyone? You're courting death. His voice was bone-chilling. His murderous intent erupted like a volcano. For a moment, the sky was shattered. This aura was shocking. Many cultivators trembled and retreated far away, afraid of being affected. Even the old flame-winged bird at the Emperor realm trembled, shocked by this aura. It was because it was indeed terrifying. Only Lin Tian's expression was still calm. His expression did not change at all. Shut up, trash. You've harmed many women these years, haven't you? Don't let your foul breath pollute this world. Don't think you're so great. You're just a piece of trash. He looked at Fan Jingye and said, also, don't think that your Fan family is very powerful. As the ancient saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. All these years, we've ignored your misdeeds. I think your Fan family is just a gathering place for trash. His voice was very calm. He did not deliberately sound sarcastic, but it was full of sarcasm and disdain. This, he said, the Fan family is. Many cultivators' expressions changed. Fan Jingye, an immortal level powerhouse, was actually called trash. As for the Fan family of the Desolate Era, their first ancestor was a true immortal level powerhouse and had left behind a true immortal artifact within the family. They had overlooked the entire Purple Spill planet for countless years, but now they were called a gathering place of trash. These words were too shocking and sharp, causing all the cultivators present to feel a chill run down their backs. Only Jiang Luoluo echoed, that's right. They're all trash and trash. What a disgraceful family. In these days, she had already learned about the power structure of this world. She knew how powerful the primeval Fan family was, but she didn't care at all. Moreover, Lin Tian was standing up for her, so she naturally had to follow Lin Tian's words. When these words were spoken, all of the cultivators present couldn't help but tremble and gulp. This man and woman, they're just, many people were trembling, only feeling that Lin Tian and Jiang Luoluo's guts were too big. One called the Fan family a gathering place of trash, while the other immediately agreed, calling the Fan family a disgraceful family. This truly made these people's hearts tremble. Blue veins popped out on Fan Jingye's forehead. Lin Tian and Jiang Luoluo dared to slander him and the Fan family in front of him, in front of so many people. I'll make you wish you were dead, he said cruelly. With a boom, the immortal level pressure around his body became stronger. It shook the sky and pressed down in all directions. In the next moment, he directly moved. Immortal level divine power surged. He raised his right hand to grab Lin Tian, and his left hand shot out a ray of divine light that covered Jiang Luoluo. At the same time, he attacked Lin Tian and Jiang Luoluo. All of a sudden, the void rumbled as a majestic divine might suppress everything. Lin Tian humphed. Golden light shot out from his body. His peak emperor-level divine power blasted out. A pressure no weaker than Fan Jingye's spread out, directly shattering Fan Jingye's divine light that was aimed at Jiang Luoluo.